All right, good morning, everybody. Today's date is January 7th, 2026. This is a regular meeting of the members of the State Liquor Authority being conducted in our New York City office with video conferencing to our offices in Albany and Buffalo. This meeting is also being live streamed on the Authority's YouTube channel, where you can find the recordings of our past meetings as well. Present today are Chair Lily Fan, Commissioner Edgar De Leon, and Commissioner John Maya. Staff in attendance, General Counsel Shannon Carney-Sarfo, Deputy Commissioner of Licensing Maureen Hughes, and myself, Secretary Roper. The next regular meeting dates are January 28th, February 18th. We do have March 11th and March 12th posted, and more info on that will come closer to those dates on what the 2 days will be for. While in the meeting room, please silence your cell phones and take any phone calls or conversations outside. Items will be called in the order they are signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, and then in New York City. Exceptions will be if we have items that need an interpreter, they will be called when the interpreter arrives. For New York City, we will call items early if they have a representative from the community board present to promote community input. When your item is called, please approach the podium and identify yourself. Representatives should also identify their clients who are present. Chair, do you have any announcements?
Happy New Year to everybody. Just have a small logistical announcement. As you know, we continue to try to refine our process here at full board. One of the things that I'm taking a look at is the number of adjournments, because when things get adjourned, we have to basically redo the work again. And I think that's frustrating for both the applicant and the people protesting, and also the attorneys involved. Last year, we overall had probably more than 250 adjournments. If you think about what that means, that is basically 3 extra board meetings that we do where we're not addressing new work. 250 items are having to wait and get delayed because we can't make a decision or can't finish a decision. And I do understand that that's a function of the way this board is functioning now, that's opposed to before, where we used to just push ourselves to make decisions. We really try to get informed. We try to allow the opportunity for people to give us more information. With that said, I ask you to help us by trying to get back to us, provide the information that we're going to ask here. This is on the lawyers, this is on the applicants. It's really important that you just give it to us ahead of time instead of wait for us to ask, because if we ask you and you come here not prepared, that's going to cost you time and time on your clients. We're also installing a new process. Lawyers are going to start hearing from Donald more. Donald is going to be our attorney, our full board counsel moving forward, and that he is going to be trying to take a look at some of these items and get things ready ahead of time before items get on the agenda. So let's work together this year. Let's see at the end of this year where we are with the overall adjournments, and I hope we can cut it down. And there will be maybe slight delays as Donald work through some of the items that are in queue to try to ask you for information. It's on you to get back to him so that your item can get on the agenda. If you don't get back to him, items are not going to go. So work with us. I see that this slight delay will go on for maybe the first couple of board meetings that we get the system into place. And we welcome Donald back again. We're very excited. He is back from his second paternity leave and is really happy to be in New York City without crying babies just for one night. With that said, we have 2 items to address.
2 items before we get to the ones that have signed in. They are proposed advisories. The first one is 57I. It's a proposed advisory on temporary permits for retail, manufacturing, wholesale, importing, and brand owner. Eligibility, notice requirements, review, and conditions.
So this is a cleanup of a number of advisories that we wanted to replace and address. The timing of this came because the brand owner license type was put into effect. The governor signed the bill on the 18th. Interestingly, went into effect immediately. I am very proud to say that our team was ready to go. This was a lot of coordination between our Deputy Commissioner for Operations, Lisa Ogden, our Director of Technology, Chen, and also our licensing team led by Maureen Hughes here, Deputy Commissioner Hughes. And so I'm very proud to say that the application was available, and also with our Director of External Affairs, Jade Kraft and Patrick Garrett's efforts, FAQs and guidances went up onto our website, I believe, maybe 3 days after the bill was signed, which is probably record time for our agency and really worth celebrating, because we are trying to change the way we manage things here. And I think these are really good results for a new license type to get on and made available for application within a few days of a bill getting signed. With that, this advisory, again, replaces 4 old advisories and also add in a section about this new brand owner license. I don't know if Deputy Commissioner Hughes have anything more to add.
I do not, unless there are any questions.
All right, so if you have questions, you can send them as usual to our licensing info box. And with that, I will ask the commissioners for their input.
All right. Mr. De Leon, do you have anything?
Yeah, certainly. I see the purpose of of both advisories. I think we're only doing the I now.
Yeah, we're voting on that right now.
I
Yeah.
certainly see the purpose of I. The one comment that I'll have regarding these 2 applications and all of the temporary applications that we get is that, we've made a decision for reasons of getting licenses not to look at the financials. And so there's no financial information on it. What happens sometimes, very often, this is not a problem, because for the most part, these are good licensees. But every now and then I do see a problem where we don't know where the money came from, or they're undisclosed sources, or as a practical matter, someone has been waiting for 6 months, a year. Now we have an issue with where it came from, and it's difficult at that point to take that license away when it probably shouldn't have been done. So I just wanted to make my record about that concern that I have ongoing on temporary permits. Although clearly that is the aim of the legislation, clearly that is the aim of the administration, clearly that's the position that we take. And I certainly support getting licenses out. With that said, I'll vote to approve.
Commissioner Mayo
I vote to approve.
and Chair, I don't know if you.
And I vote to approve.
The next proposed advisory is 57J. It's on the license to sell liquor on premises, commonly known as a for-profit club.
Many of you may know that the legislature in the last cycle also passed a new law surrounding allowing for-profit private clubs. This is an interesting development because, as you know, it's one of our guidance and our public interest goal and mission here to have alcohol be served to all persons, and that equity is a real priority for us at this agency. Having said that, there is I think a public need, and there's a lot of interest in having for-profit private clubs, and so the bill was passed along with an idea of corporate dining establishments that are now allowed under the law. The statute will take effect February 18th of next year. We feel intense pressure and an important need to put out a guidance early because there are a lot of existing private clubs that are established as not-for-profits that I believe may fall better under this particular category of license. And so we are offering guidance early ahead of time so that people know how to transition. One of the important points here is that to meet the human rights laws, there is a need for 100 members for your club before you can get licensed. And so if you are interested in applying for this category, I would take a very close look at this particular advisory. Again, I really congratulate our executive team and our licensing team that have really stayed on top of this. And again, it's getting this guidance out ahead of time. There's still another 4 to 6 weeks before people can apply. But I believe the application is...
We're just waiting for the advisory vote, and then we will be putting it up on the website.
Okay, so the application is going to be available about 4 to 5 weeks ahead of time before people can actually apply. So we ask you to take a close look. This is one of the things that if we need to do more work, if we need to keep our doors open and have our licensing staff address some of the concerns, you want a forum about this, we're happy to organize such. And so I ask the lawyers and the representatives to communicate with us about what you may need to make sure that these transitions are smooth and that people who want access to this new licensing category is provided with the necessary information.
The members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon.
Oh, so let me just clarify what I just said, that you can apply actually as soon as the application gets up online. You can apply, but we won't be issuing it. But there is a queue, so probably it would be a few months before anyone actually get one of these licenses in hand, but you can start applying. We'll take your application. We just won't issue it until February 18th, 2026. I'm curious to know who is first to get one. Yeah, I'll be excited to know that. All right, with that said, commissioners.
Okay.
Can you make sure to turn?
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Yeah, I adopt the same arguments that I made regarding 057I and vote to approve.
Commissioner Maya
Approve.
and Chair.
And I vote to approve. Thank you.
All right, so moving on to the items that were signed in Buffalo. We have items number 14 through 16, HM Entertainment LLC.
Good morning, Tracy Jong, here from Evans Fox. We're here on behalf of H&M Entertainment, and with me I have the principal, Harpal, and we've also brought the manager that he has hired, Guillermo Piles, and we submitted the information that the board had asked for. So we have a security company in place, VIP security, and we also have a full-time experienced manager that will be assisting in the operation of this bar and nightclub.
Does the city of Rochester approve now?
The city of Rochester sent a letter to the liquor authority that they have no objection to this business.
And what is the security plan?
The security plan is there is a experienced security company that operates many of the venues of this type in the city of Rochester, is well regarded by the municipality and the local police. and we have engaged that particular company to run their Feel Safe VIP.
Okay, can you give me any of the specifics at all on the plan?
Yes, they were looking to have a security as needed. The plan is to have 2 of them at the front door, 1 male, 1 female, in case they need to do pat downs. They're going to have at least 1 security guard at the exit, who will also be patrolling the streets and the parking lot nearby, but somebody at the back end to make sure nothing happens on the rear of the building. And then they're going to have a minimum of 1 security guard that will be patrolling, walking around inside the venue during operations. If it is a very busy night or event, they may have up to 4 people working inside. And in particular, if it is a busy night, they're going to put a guard right at the restrooms, both the male and female restrooms, to make sure that there's no illicit activity happening in the restrooms. But they don't anticipate they'll be busy enough to need that type of security at all times. But those are part of the plans that the security company laid out with the ownership.
Okay, thank you. I'll note that I do see the email from the city of Rochester that said it's completed its standard diligence on the application. It doesn't voice any opposition, or it doesn't voice any approval either, but that's what I see. Okay?
Members have any further questions?
Is the manager, that's the manager? Sorry.
Yes, the manager is here. He's coming from New York City, and he has a long history of operating event venues and bars, and we've submitted a personal questionnaire with some of that history in there.
Okay, sir, can I talk to you for 1 second? So you're moving from Queens to Rochester to take this job, or you were moving anyway?
Yes, no, I'm just for the job.
You're moving up there for the job. You've moved
Yes,
up
I am.
there, or
We already started the process. We're just waiting on the go-to, so we could be able to open up, so then I could be more on a regular basis.
what does that mean? Is that like, are you moving your household up there, or you're
I'm by
going up there?
myself. Sorry, I'm by myself, so it's just gonna be myself. But once we open up, I'm gonna be here on the 7 days. Right now, I'm just here on weekends just to get things done.
Okay, but you're committed to the job? Are you just there like sort of to
So I'm
transition
committed.
the business, or you're?
I'm committed, long term.
Okay.
They actually have a written employment agreement with him so that he is secure in his position.
Okay. All right.
The members are ready to vote. Commissioner De Leon,
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. I vote to approve.
Commissioner Mayo,
Vote to approve.
and Chair.
All right, I vote to approve. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 57B, Smith Green 585 LLC.
Tracy Jong, I'm here with Michelle Green. She is the principal of this business. And we are here again, and we have submitted the additional information. If the board recalls, there were going to be 2 owners, but one owner decided to leave this just before our last board appearance. So we did submit all the paperwork that he has been removed from the business. And the board had asked for a statement confirming that she's not changing the name of the business. She had explained that that name also is the name of her son, so they're keeping that same name, but either way, they have a DBA and a trade name. So we submitted the statement that was requested. We also submitted information on the financials that the person who was going to be a partner was still going to provide information, but now he's a lender rather than a LLC member.
Did you submit that to Secretary's office or licensing?
Both, actually.
You did?
Yes.
When was it submitted?
See that.
I don't have the date. I believe it was a week ago Monday. I know that we submitted all this information. So there was information submitted by our office, and I believe also there was a submission by the consultant that originally prepared this application, Sereno Liquor Services. They also submitted something.
Well, I was specifically looking for the financial documents, which I don't see.
There was a copy of a loan agreement, and you had asked for her to sign the lease because it was signed as an LLC rather than her individually. So she additionally signed the lease, and we submitted a signature page of the lease with her additional signature.
Another look, but
Yeah,
I don't have
I don't see
anything.
it.
I have not enough info on my sheet.
Licensing.
So we don't have it?
I'm looking.
All right, well, no one on our end have this information, so, do you guys have questions? I mean, should we ask questions now? Because he's talking, because she's mostly talking about Ed Smith not being involved, right?
So I think this-
That is correct. The
Okay.
board asked us to come back after submitting a
Right,
statement about that and her signed lease, which we submitted.
okay.
So
And I don't want to get into your personal life, but Ms. Green, you're still domestic partners with the prior applicant who is a disqualified.
Absolutely not.
They were supposed to.
No, that's not the case
And
anymore.
and we submitted statements
Okay.
to that effect.
All right. And you're doing this business with your son now?
No, I'm doing it personally myself.
You're doing
My
it
son
with your
has the same last name. That's why I said I don't have a problem with the LLC remaining as Smith Green, because my son's last name is Smith as well. So I didn't have a problem with changing it.
Okay, so, and, sorry, is Ed Smith and your son somehow related? Or
No.
no? They just happen to have the same last name? Okay,
Yes.
so it's no relation. Okay,
No
No
relation.
relation.
okay. All right, so I'm gonna hold this over to 128 while we try to locate these documents that you have submitted. We don't have them, so I can't do anything of today.
All right, I will contact my office and see if they can provide what was submitted. Or
we have
can
what
Okay.
was submitted on November 18th, the day before the meeting you were here, but I don't have anything after that.
Okay, so it would just be helpful if you can lay this all out into an actual letter or something, because I think it's quite confusing who's who here. But if you've already submitted it, then we'll look for that and we'll see you again on
We submitted a
128.
statement. We submitted a statement to that effect. I will go back and
Okay.
check and bring that back. Do we need to come
All
back and appear on the 28th, or is it going to be on the calendar to consider with the submissions? Just to
What does that
clarify,
mean?
I just clarifying, do you want us to come back a third time on the 28th?
Yeah, if you want the temp, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner De Leon, you're okay with?
Yeah, that's fine.
And Commissioner Maya?
Yes.
Okay. So it's held over to January 28th. Thank you. Next is 55, Ellington Rod and Gun Club, Inc.
Five.
55.
Hello, I'm Charlie Swanson, president of the Rod and Gun.
I'm John Griffith, board member for the Rod and Gun.
Oh,
Yeah, so
55.
All right, so you guys are the ABC officers. Can you just introduce yourself, sir? Do you want to say your names?
Can you hear us?
Bus?
Yes.
Go ahead and just reintroduce yourselves for the record, please.
I'm Charlie Swanson, president.
I'm John Griffith, board member.
Okay, who's the ABC officer?
He wasn't able to make it. He's not feeling well.
Okay, so neither one of you is the ABC officer.
No.
All right. Um, so were you guys officers, you know, president or board member back in 2022?
Yes, I was.
Okay, so you're aware that the same charges were filed by this agency against you for the exact same violation back in February of 22, and you paid $2,500?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so what have you done since to not have the same violation? Because obviously there's someone who's making complaints about you.
So we submitted a letter that during list of changes that we made in the past second quarter of 2025, we installed a new door card reader system to assist in maintaining security with the entrance to the club. These cards were issued to all members to access the door, and members were also reminded they must sign in along with signing a guest at the club. The board of directors has met with the entire staff. We'll meet them again regularly to review not only the door entrance, but also other rules of the club to maintain compliance with New York State regulations. We're also committed to having a door person stationed at the door for large events. This will further ensure that only members and their personal guests are permitted to enter the club. Finally, in regard to sports betting, with all the publicity involving sports betting in New York, the board of directors of the Ellington Rod and Gun did not realize that sports betting was not covered by our current gaming license. Is committed to maintaining a legal club, and all betting on sports is prohibited going forward.
Okay. All right. You submitted a CNC of $5,000. Is there anything you want to say about that?
$5,000 for our small club is a large sum of money, but that's what it is. We realize we have to amend.
All right. So given that you were able to present a whole slew of implementation of trying to address the security issues and trying to make sure that you are looking at only members and their guests to buy drinks at your facility moving forward, and that you're committing to a door person, which is going to cost money, I will be willing to lower your fine down to $3,000 if the commissioners would agree.
Commissioner De Leon.
Okay, yeah, this is the second offense for the exact same sale to a non-member and gambling. The gambling consists of football sheets. Sometimes the establishment that's running the football pool doesn't get any money from the winnings. But another in another sense, they do get money from it because it attracts people to come in and spend time, watching the game and participating in the pool. So this is a negotiated plea with our counsel's office, and I'm going to stay with the $5,000.
Commissioner Maya
I'll go with 3,000.
and Chair was at 3,000, correct?
3,000.
Yep, so $3,000, you'll get a letter via email and instructions on how to pay.
All right, thanks for coming in, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is number 32, DEVLIN'S, DEUCE, Inc.
Say 32. Yeah.
You could go ahead and introduce yourselves.
Good morning. My name is Colin Noor. I represent the licensee, DEVLIN'S, DEUCE. The principal, Greg Devlin, is here with me today as well.
All right. Do you guys have any questions?
Yeah, I have one
Refresh
question.
my memory on.
The premises is within a plaza area, like a shopping plaza?
Yes,
That's
that's
correct?
correct.
Okay.
What have you done to improve the security and public safety concerns that town police obviously have about your establishment? What have you done since 2022?
As we set out in the security plan that we submitted, there's been a significant number of operational changes and technological changes. Most significantly, a soft close that the premises kind of winds down as it gets later in the night. It's no longer catering to the late night customers that were its base for years, simply to avoid those issues that seem to be occurring later in the evening. The soft close kind of allows it to wind down. We're not getting any influx of patrons towards the end. Influx of the patrons from other premises that already closed and been previously served. The longest standing bartender has been given the authority to close the bar at any time it's necessary to remove any patron that she believes should be removed without having to take the time to contact Mr. Devlin. Mr. Devlin also has security cameras that allow him to view the premises at any time from his mobile phone, whether or not he's there or away. The rear door that was brought up as an issue has been alarmed. It cannot be opened without setting off an alarm that triggers through the building and then makes people aware that that door has been opened. The front door has a new locking mechanism installed that allows the premises to be locked from the exterior while still letting patrons leave. That soft close to prevent new patrons coming in, allow the existing patrons to finish and then leave. There was an ID scanner that was purchased and implemented that tracks, not just to confirm the authenticity of the ID, but it tracks the customers when they arrive. They know that they are keeping records on who is in the building, when they're in the building, and that there is more significant eyesight on these customers and their conduct. Has also decided to prohibit large groups from coming to the bar without making previous arrangements. Birthday parties, bachelorette parties, things like that, where a large number of people could come in and really change the atmosphere very quickly inside the bar. They will be denied entry unless they have previously contacted the bar, let them know that they would be coming with a large number of people, and Mr. Devlin's able to have sufficient staff on hand to make sure that everyone can be properly supervised.
Can I ask you, counsel, what's the maximum occupancy of the location?
Don't have that. Do you know that offhand?
There's maximum, I believe it's 124.
124, we believe. I can confirm that and follow up if you'd like. I just don't have that with me.
All right, because the concern here the concern that I have is that, you know, for a maximum of 124, there were only 3 employees working. When this particular incident occurred and that the owner himself was not present, the police have reported 101 calls in 12 months, 6 violent issues, including robberies and fights. And the one thing that you did not mention that I was hoping to hear is that a security company has been retained. And I note in the papers that I believe you indicated that the cost is significant. So do I have it right that a security company has not been retained?
A security company has not been retained. We've not had a security company in the past 4 years since this charge, and we've not had a significant incident since then. So we have been operating without security, without further incidents.
And you're the only location open after midnight, is that correct?
No, that has changed. This issue arose kind of in that re-entry period after the COVID closures. At that point, the Deuce was the only bar that was open late. It was getting patrons coming from others that were closing earlier. And as we said, we've pushed away from that late night crowd. We are closing earlier with that soft close. We're no longer attracting those people to come in after midnight and keep this as a late night venue.
Well, our Deputy Commissioner Hughes just looked it up, and the maximum occupancy is 140. So, you know, to have 140 people in this location with only 3 employees and no manager or owner present is a real concern for me. And the unwillingness to retain a security company is also a concern for me.
To clarify, as I mentioned, the longest standing bartender has been given additional powers. She's not been named a manager. We did note in our submission that if the authority believes she should be considered a manager and needs a personal questionnaire, we're happy to do that. And she is Mr. Devlin's eyes and ears and authority when he is not there. He also does have the security cameras that allow him to monitor the premises at any point. The layout of the premises is basically a big room. So even the 3 employees, the bartenders behind the bar, can have eyes on the whole building essentially from where they stand. So this is not an issue where we need somebody walking around checking into different rooms and corners. It's a very open space. And any spots that may be more difficult to see from the bar, again, are covered by the cameras that Mr. Devlin has access to.
We also have had the same license, same location for, this is 24 years now. Never had this incident. Previous to that, I mean, I've held a New York State liquor license since 1985 until my building was closed in 2019, so 35 years of having in one location a liquor license. And this location now has been 24 years.
Yeah, it appears that you do have a very good track record with the authority. These problems, according to the police, have developed over the last 12 months.
No, 2021.
This was in 2022.
This is all
2022, excuse me.
Yes, and we've not had significant incidents since that point.
The incident happened on November 20th, 2021. So it was from reopening at COVID, which I retained 100% of my employees, which their average age was 39 and a half. The average time of employment for me was 13 and a half years. So everyone came back to work after we reopened. The neighborhood changed. People moved in. We had 19 and 20-year-olds coming into the business that were never in here before because of the closure, and it took time to filter them out. And so that first 6 months of being open.
And just to clarify that statement, not 19 to 20-year-olds at that time, people who, in normal circumstances, only so many people turn 21 on a given day. When everything reopened, there was a backlog of these new drinkers who were showing up and who did not know how to behave. If you look at the issues that were cited, it was a very kind of small period of time where there was this bump and this bubble of issues, and that has been gone through. It is in the past. As we noted in our mitigation statement, the police state records don't really accurately reflect what's going on at this bar. Many of those 100 are simply called premises checks. The police station's down the street. The police pull into the lot. They say, hey, there's nothing going out the Deuce, but they just marked as a record of something they've done. not that they're being called, not that they're being brought there for any reason, simply because they can pass by it. And as well as other issues on the street that just get assigned to that address for the record-keeping purposes that did not actually occur in the DEUCE or involve DEUCE patrons.
All right. I'm okay. I'm gonna accept 6,500. Only because these charges are relatively old, and we have checked with the PD, and they did say that you're doing better. There are some minor incidents, but you're doing better generally. So I applaud you in your effort, and I wish you luck.
Commissioner De Leon.
I will also accept 6,500 with the hope that any savings that might have been saved here on a larger fine would go to really considering getting some kind of security. We're not going to hold you to it now, obviously, as a board, but that would be my recommendation. And it'll certainly come to my attention and to our attention if we have another incident up there like the one that was reported. But I'll accept 6,500 for now, and hopefully you can make use of the savings, because I would have gone higher.
Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, I'll agree with $6,500. And Attorney Noor and Mr. Devlin, I think your explanations in your mitigation letter were very well thought of. And I was impressed on your presentation, and I hope you don't have another problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Have a good day. You'll get a letter in your email. Next is 24 and 25, Ernie's Wine Bar, Inc.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stephen Arias, Counsel.
Sorry, it's 24 and 25.
Okay, I'm sorry about that.
Yep, go ahead. Introduce yourself, sorry.
My name is Stephen Arias, Counsel for licensee 67 West DBA Ernie's Wine Bar. Beside me is the principal, Jesse Kozak.
This is the, excuse me, the third sale to a minor here.
No, this is the fourth, actually.
Is it the fourth? I have 1, 2, 3. This is the fourth.
There was one in 2016.
Oh, it's not on this sheet. All right, it's 4.
To that, Your Honor, or Commissioners, so we have implemented a lot of changes to mitigate the circumstances that led to these violations. ATAP training will now be required for all staff. We have a new alcohol service policy that we're having all employees and security personnel read and sign. The principal will now be having meetings throughout the year, monthly and quarterly, to remind staff that everybody must be ID'd prior to entering the premises itself. Ensuring that patrons that are there aren't being overserved. We currently have a total of 4 security personnel that varies with the amount of activity that we have on hand, but for the most part, we have 1 to 2 manning the front door to make sure that we are IDing all patrons coming in now. We also, in terms of hosting special events and group events, we are no longer allowing those organizations to bring their own food. We now require them to go through us, through the applicant, through the licensee itself, to have food served, so we have sufficient food to
Why no scanners?
We do have a scanner on the premises.
Oh.
The security personnel does have one.
Okay.
That one used to work for General Food. It's supposed to go time a month to Switzerland. It was the minimum. Then you get time. General Food. So now you work for M&M.
Commissioners, I'd also like to add that the principal is also the owner of another establishment, and he has been for 8 years with no issues. Currently for 67 West, it's in a more commercial area, and so dealing with the amount of patrons that come in, we're implementing new policies to make sure that things don't slip by, patrons aren't getting in that shouldn't be getting in.
I have a note here that special events are no longer allowed. I believe you said that. And something about this supposed to supply their own food.
Correct. So one of the issues was we were hosting special events and allowing those organizations to bring in their own food, and unfortunately, sometimes they weren't bringing what would be considered substantial food to accommodate the amount of people drinking. And so that is no longer the case. If we do allow an event, it must order food from the licensee itself, and that way we can ensure that the adequate amount of food is being provided to patrons to satisfy the SLA's requirements.
Okay.
All right, so this is a for sale, as we keep mentioning. Sorry, can you just take any conversation outside? Sorry, sir. It's just very hard to deal with someone who's trying to communicate through the screen if there's someone just talking in the background. Sorry. This is the for sale. It's a for sale within the last 10 years. If it were within 5 years, we are talking about cancellation right now. I'm not going to try to go there with you today, but if you get caught 4 times, it seems to me that this is your business model. So as the commissioner said, something needs to be done here. You can do ATAP training, you can do the song and dance, but unless you are checking ID of everybody who's getting a drink from your bartenders, it means nothing. So you have 2 pretty serious charges: unlimited drinks and sell to minor. Pretty hard to achieve, actually, in front of this authority. I almost never see that combination together. So I can ask you for a $20,000 fine right now, but because this was negotiated by counsel's office, I'm going to respect it. But this is actually very serious. Generally, on the for sale itself, it's $10,000, and the unlimited drinks could be easily $5,000. So I'm gonna take the $12,000 because it sounds like you have tried to implement things and you are spending money to try to make sure that you don't make another sale to minor. But I will tell you, if you come back with a 5th sale to minor, you may really just be looking at cancellation at that point. That means that you're going to lose your business and you will not be able to get another license. So I'm going to set 12,000, but take that as a very serious warning. I appreciate that you showed up today. That means a lot to us. But do listen to the commissioner about what he's saying.
All right, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah, I adopt the findings and recommendations of the chair. I'll also accept $12,000.
And Commissioner Maya.
Yeah, 12,000.
Okay. Offer's been accepted, and you'll get a letter via email with instructions on how to pay.
Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
All right, and that's it, right, Nicole?
Yeah, that's all.
All right, thank you. You can sign off.
Thank you.
All right, moving to Albany. First one is number 7, Mills Liquor Depot Incorporated. We do have opposition in Albany, but if the applicant can come up and introduce himself.
I'm recused from this item,
Okay, so Commissioner Maya is recused.
number 7.
Okay. Yep, are you the applicant?
Yes.
Sir?
My name is Babu Singh. The Mills Liquor Depot Inc.
And we do have opposition, correct?
Correct.
Yep, if they can come up and introduce themselves and
Good morning. Eric Bremer's Wine and Liquor.
I'm Greg Correa from Seneca Wine and Liquor.
My name is Jay Patel. I'm from Rox Liquor, which is Pushpagiri Corporation.
And the other two closest stores, Colonial Liquor, Paul LaRocco is sick today. And from Blue Truck Liquor, he wrote a letter to you yesterday. Unforeseen circumstances, he can't make it here today, but they wrote an updated opposition letter.
All right, so if the letter was sent to us yesterday, it didn't make into the documents. The due date for supplemental documentation are due 1 week prior to the meeting,
right?
Which was the end of last year at this point.
Yes,
and we only accept late submissions from elected officials or municipality principals. So if you have the letter, you're welcome to summarize it and give us the sound bites of it into the record, but the board has not reviewed that particular letter, and it's not part of this record as well. However, I do have, I believe, 5 protests. I did see Mr. Bremer's letter that was submitted into the supplemental documents. So I have a total of, I believe, 5 letters.
Would you like
All right,
Eric
you
to
guys want to go? You guys can.
yeah, the opposition can go ahead. Whoever wants to go first.
Eric Bremer again. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners and the board. Again, my name's Eric Bremer, 4th generation owner of Bremer's Wine and Liquor, one of the longest standing liquor licenses in the state from 1933. Thanks for allowing us to speak on behalf of the other stores as well in opposition to Mills Liquor Depot. I'm not going to repeat and go over everything that we've submitted already in our 2 additional supplements, but really ask the question, does this serve public convenience and advantage? The store location is 5,000 feet from my existing store. The drive times vary from 1 minute to 4 minutes. That 4 minutes was on Christmas Eve, one of the busiest days on that street. The customers Mills would serve are already being served by the stores that are here today. Entering another store so close, we're not sure it adds convenience or advantage. We offer the largest selection of wine and liquor, 100 miles to the west, 80 miles to the east. And those numbers are given to you guys factually from the wine wholesalers in New York State. Our staff is highly trained, highly experienced, with 0 violations. Sales can be done online, in person, DoorDash, etc. There's really no unmet need in the area. As you guys can see from the numbers we've all provided, sales have gone down in the last 5 years back to pre-COVID numbers, as well as customers through the doors have decreased. So with the outlook of 2026 and the decline of wine and liquor sales and consumption, the location becomes more important. Oversaturating that single corridor on Commercial Drive in New Hartford doesn't really serve a public convenience. It just destabilize the existing businesses that are there. It's important to note all of us didn't oppose the recent store WM Liquors that was approved, and we were the closest stores to, and we're not opposing one that is pending as well, because both of those stores serve a different area and a neighborhood need. Mills does not. So I respectfully ask the commissioner and the chair to oppose this. If you have any questions, feel free to answer. I'm here to answer them.
So I'm Greg Correa from Seneca Liquor. I did the updated report to you in sales. From 23 to 24, our sales increased $103,123, 1,255 fewer customers. As of December 31st, 2025 at noon, and we included projected sales for the rest of the day, our sales for 2025 are down $151,596 with 3,242 fewer customers came in our door in 2025 than in 2024. We want to be clear, like Eric said, we didn't oppose Westmoreland, we didn't oppose Clayville. But this store adds no new value. And this store, just to give you an idea, and I sent this to you, is huge. This store, all of our stores could fit inside this store except Bremer's. Seneca, Rocks, Colonial, and Blue Truck could all fit inside. This is a massive store. 9,224 square feet of sales space. Our petitioner may not know what he doesn't know. And to do that kind of volume, you need to do about $9 million a year using our square footage numbers. And I don't want to bore you, but there certainly isn't enough parking spaces. Every one of our stores have more parking spaces and are a lot less square footage in the store. This store, we feel you could fit 12. New York Mills states you need 36 for that size store. It was a furniture store. And in a furniture store, 10 customers a day, you can make a fortune. In a liquor store this size, you need hundreds of customers a day, and there isn't the parking for it. So, no matter what size the store is, we already have decreased sales. It just doesn't fit in our marketing area. And I know Jay's gonna say the same thing, but I wanna just talk about what happened at Blue Truck. At Blue Truck Liquor, he took over.
Sir, can you just stop for one moment?
Sure.
Can I just understand what's on the visuals that you presented?
And you also have
When
a
you
copy
say
of that.
he needs $9 million, what is that based on?
That's based on using all of our square footage.
It's okay, you don't have to point at him. You don't have to point at him.
No,
Yeah.
no, not pointing at him. I'm using all the other stores that are here. If you
Okay.
if you divide all the square footage of our stores and divide it by sales per square foot, he needs to do $9 million a year if he's going to keep up with all the rest of the stores. Where's that going to come from? It's a 9,000.
Yeah, but you're basing his need on what you're doing, which doesn't make super logical sense to me. I'm not really understanding why you're saying
Chair,
he
it would
needs
be
to do 9 million.
It would be the average. Let's say he did half that, 4.5 million. Where's it coming from? We have a
I
declining
understand that it's
population.
coming from your sales. That's where it's coming from.
Right, declining sales.
Okay, and then the other one where you said he only has 12 parking spots.
He has 12 parking spots in that area. 12 parking spots. He needs
Okay,
36.
so where's the 36 coming from? What does that mean?
That comes from the New York Mills. It comes from off-street parking, amended 6102003 LL number 1, 2003. Retail store, one space for each 250 square foot. So every 1,000 square feet, you need 4. 9 times 4 is 36. You need 36 spaces.
Oh, I see. So you're saying that he's not in compliance with
Yes,
the
not in
law's requirement of parking
Exactly.
space.
But let's forget about all that.
So how does
because
that work? Who enforces that?
I would believe it'd be the town of New York Mills. Yeah, the town, the codes department.
Right, but they never did anything with the furniture store, so
Well, the furniture store is a little
that
bit
building
different
is just
because
not in compliance with
Well,
city code,
A
basically.
furniture store is a little bit different because, as you know, Chair, it doesn't get the traffic that a liquor
Yeah,
store would.
I get that, but I'm saying regardless, the building is not in compliance.
Probably not.
It wasn't in compliance before that. You're just making a point that it's first not in compliance with the code, and then secondly, insufficient for the amount of volume that he wants to bring to the table.
Right. I mean, and this is plopping it into the middle of a marketing area that's declining. So no matter, even if he lowered the store to 4,000 square feet and he had the parking for it,
I
it just doesn't, it doesn't fit. And I don't want to overshadow Jay
No,
from
that's fine.
Rock's Liquor.
Good morning, council, and the commissioner. I'm just here to make a point that we just recently bought this business in June. As you can see, Pushpagiri Corporation took over the Rock's Liquor on the June 2nd. Prior to that, I was employed at the same liquor store for 5 years, and we are trying, but sales, as like Greg and Eric said, it's declining by significant amount. So adding another store in this particular area would not add a value. And like Eric mentioned, we did not oppose the Westmoreland or any other liquor store because that was segregated for a different market. But this one's gonna take a lot of clientele where we are standing right now, and it's gonna take our own business away. Which is not, and it doesn't fit any of other particular criteria that we are not serving. Like we are also doing deliveries through the DoorDash and the some of the third parties, but that still doesn't justify the volume that we are doing, or it's not showing any kind of increases at this point. So adding another liquor store would not add any value, and similar to like other cannabis business has been coming in. It's not fitting in our small market right now.
So Chair, you mentioned that I could just briefly summarize what Blue Truck was going to say. Basically, he took over a store in the Shenandoah's building that had 36 bottles on the shelf when he took over. Had no New York State wine, obviously, no New York State spirits. And he made a viable location there. And his sales have been steady. And he's been operating for 5 years. He has not taken a penny of profit, not a penny out of the store yet, and has a full-time job, and that's the reason why he's not here today. So, to summarize, I can tell you all the headwinds. I don't have to tell you the headwinds that liquor stores are facing. Licensed cannabis is all around us. 3 more are opened or are opening in the next 3 months in our area. Malt-based spirits, alcohol for the poll out there for adults drinking alcohol is 54%. It's at an all-time low. Sober October, dry January, GLP-1s, we're on the decline. To put this massive store in the marketing area, we just ask you to oppose it. There's no public good, and it's just going to decimate our business. Thank you very much, Commissioners.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead, sir. So they're saying I have 33 parking space there. I have written from the owner because I have to fire the lawyer at the last minute because I don't want to take the date again. As you said in the starting, you guys are so far behind. I expect everybody time, so I show up myself today. So he's supposed to be submit that letter before I came here, but he did not. But I still have letter with me. There's 33 parking space available there. Then I went to the mayor office, talked to the mayor 3 times over the phone, and meet the code officer. I already submitted a permit for there. They said there's no objection. I can open there as long as I get the permit from SLA.
All right, sir. So in order for you to get approved, you have to show why your store adds to public convenience and advantage. The standard is public convenience and advantage, right? So yes. I understand that you're, often, applicants get caught up in what the, protesters are saying, but I would focus your presentation on why you think your store adds to public convenience and advantage. So talk about the benefits of your location. You're saying that you do have 33 parking spots, which may meet code, but does that mean that, the customers are somehow, being provided with convenience? And I would address, what products you're doing, what products you may be offering that may, add to the fabric of the existing alcohol market. What's the game plan here? What's the business plan? Because I think that your competition is telling you that the customer count is going down, which it's very real. 3,000 less people a year, that's a lot. So is this the right place for an additional store? I think you have to make that argument.
All right, so that's the right place to have a store, because that whole area have between me and Bremer, there's Walmart Plaza. There's a new store open there, J. Crew, LL Bean. There's a Chick-fil-A coming that area. There's 7 Brew Coffee there. There's like 8 Highway 840 dividing us between Bremen and me. There's like 8,000 car just coming from that ramp to the commercial drive. And commercial drive have up to 30,000 car every day goes by. On the holiday season, it go up to 47,000. And that plaza have everything. Best Buy, Staples. If somebody have to go to Staples or Best Buy, they have to come there or they have to go to the Syracuse. That far. So that plaza is a whole business for the metropolitan area, that area. My location is on is the public convenience. New York Hills never had a liquor store since 1900. There's up to 3,000 people live there. And there's public convenience. They don't have to go through the traffic, go to the other place. And other thing that mentioned, the commercial drive have 40 miles speed limit in front of my store. It's the same thing, speed limit in front of the Bremer too. And the Bremer entrance, taking left is very hard there too, same way. In the holiday season, there's no way you can get into there. And the last month, there's accident, right on the entrance there too. There's an accident happen more often. So my location gonna provide, I'm on the west side, he's on the east side. My location gonna provide the people convenience we don't go in the rush traffic, easy self-standing building, come and out, 33 parking spot. I will fully comply with all the local and SLA laws.
Sir, you started out saying that there was a letter that you had what letter and from whom?
From the owner, how many parking spots we have.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
And I already talked to the mayor a couple times, and I already met the code officer. They said, they don't have any objection as long as I get the permission, the license from SLA. And it's gonna boost the economy. I'm gonna bring New York wine, 25% design area, just for the New York wine. I'm gonna be more compliance with everything. I'm gonna be putting like a 5 kiosk for customer information, knowledge, they can just walk in, just read it, whatever they need for more information about the product, what we have there. And that is a huge traffic area, if my store gonna be public convenience, to get easy, they don't have to go through all the way that many cars and that many in front of the big plaza there. There's Walmart there, there's Michael's there, there's a Starbucks. I don't even remember how his name, Best Buy is there.
Do the members have any further questions?
I don't think so.
No. All right.
All right. I think we're good. Thank you.
All right. If the members are ready to vote.
Okay, I thank everybody for their attendance and their presentation. This is a very, very large store being proposed, 15,000 square feet with 9,224 square feet for retail. The next closest store, Bremer, is 19,000 square feet with 10,000 for retail. So we have two giant stores less than a mile away from each other. We approved a new store there in June of 2025, Push Girl, and we also approved another store in that area on 12/9, WM Liquor. The closest store to you gave us figures for 2024 of 11.3 million. For 2025, through June of 2025, they gave us 4.4 million. Dividing that number by 6 and multiplying it by 14, they were projected to do 10.4 million this year, a decrease of about $900,000. The second closest store is 2.1 miles away. I did not get figures from them. For the next store, which is 2.2 miles away, they were operating for 7 months in 2024, but I have no figures for 2025. The Blue store projected to make a slight profit. They're 2.2 miles away of almost $30,000. And the furthest store, which is 2.5 miles away, a decrease of about $1,000 in 2025 over 2024. I just do not see that this store is warranted, that there is a demand that can provide for this store. It is huge, and the next closest store to you, which is also very, very large, is making almost less than $1 million. We did approve one store there, WM Liquor, in December 9th of 2024, and they're gonna do 25% of New York State liquors. So 25, yeah. So respectfully, sir, I'm not seeing that the public convenience and advantage is served by this store, and I have to vote to deny.
Mr. Mayor?
He's recused.
Recused, that's right.
So I'm gonna have to agree with the commissioner here. We look at these pretty much scientifically. Two of the closest stores are doing significant drop in their numbers, over 1 million drop. There are two others that are showing slight increases, but they're showing slight increase in the 100,000 zone where the drops are over 1 million. So what I'm saying is that the increases don't make up for the drops, not even by a little bit. The drops are perhaps 20 times more than the increases. And then there are two new businesses that the commissioner mentioned. So there's just not enough demand to go around here. I think the customer count drop it's very telling here that there are just not enough people buying alcoholic products in person to justify another mega store in this area. So with that, I'm going to vote to deny.
Application's been denied. Thank you. All right,
Thank
next
you.
in Albany. Yep,
Thank you.
good day. Next in Albany is number 42, LANZI'S on the Lake, Inc. Yep, 42.
42.
Want to go ahead and introduce yourselves?
Sure. My name is Mark Kokoza, and I'm acting as an advisor to the licensee. And standing next to me is Mr. Christopher Lanzi, one of the principals, owners of LANZI'S on the Lake, and he is the actual member of the corporation that operates the restaurant involved in this proceeding.
All right, so what happened?
Well, this establishment was licensed in 1993 and has operated without any infractions for over 32 years. The establishment is located on the Great Sacandaga Lake County side, meaning the west side of the lake. And we are here seeking the SLA to impose a nominal penalty for the violation of Rule 53.1D, failing to be regularly open to the public for dining. Historically, in January 2025, the SLA cited the corporation based on a complaint filed, I think, in November 2024. And here's some background. Located on the Great Sacandaga Lake, which is basically...
I don't need all this. You can just tell me what happened. What's the problem?
The problem is that the business model has changed from being a regular dining restaurant open for regular patrons to a restaurant that's going to cater to special events like weddings, business meetings, and such activities.
Okay, so he just changed from an open to the public to a catering hall, basically.
Yeah, correct, yes.
Okay, and you didn't tell anybody?
We didn't know, to tell you the truth. We thought we had liquor license
You
and that's
didn't
all
know
you
that
needed.
you have to do a class change application?
Did not know.
Okay, so when did you make the change?
And I'm the main guy at LANZI'S, so.
Okay, so you should have known. When did you make the change?
When we make the change.
The restaurant was completely remodeled in 2023, And at that point, we surrendered the license for safekeeping to the SLA. And the renovations were completed and approved in June of 2023. And the restaurant reopened for regular business, but the business was not
Did you
there.
ever submit for safety?
So probably in 2024, the decision was made to concentrate on special events.
Ever since COVID, we were losing money every year. So we
Okay,
decided
you just have to be straightforward. I asked you, when did you make the change? When, what month, what year, when did you make the change?
The change was made in early 2024.
Early 2024, and we submitted the app,
Oh,
our
he put it in
license.
safekeeping December of 2022 and removed.
No,
it.
you did the safekeeping in 23, right?
December of 2022, we submitted the license, and then the renovations took place during the first half of 2023.
When you
And the
submitted it
license-
for safekeeping, did you tell us what you were doing? Did you tell us you were renovating to, oh, I guess you didn't know at that time. You
No,
then
we were-
subsequently reopened as a restaurant and then decided that that wasn't working and then you became a catering hall.
Correct.
Okay, and then you got a complaint. Okay.
Correct.
All right,
And-
so where's the class change now? Have you
They-
submitted it?
Yes, an application was submitted in June of 2025, and we received acknowledgement that it was received, and I assume that it's pending in the works. We've heard nothing more from the SLA since the letter acknowledging receipt of the application.
All right, so, sir, you said a nominal fine, but you submitted a $10,000 CNC. So what does nominal mean?
Well, we think the fine should be $1,000.
All right, how's 1,500?
Or nothing.
1,500?
That's more
That's
than
acceptable.
fair, yeah, more than fair.
All right, I'm at 1,500.
I'm just curious, why would you submit a $10,000 CNC?
Well, their attorney of record submitted it. I'm just substituting for him. at
Yeah,
that
we
point.
went, correct, yeah. Just an out-of-town attorney that we had that, kind of.
Business must be
Didn't do his
good.
job. Didn't do his job, put it that way.
All right. You have an application in, filed and pending, and the license was kept in safekeeping. I checked on that. I'll accept the 1,500 offered by the chair.
And Commissioner Mayor.
Thank you, Chair, 1,500.
Thank you much. My
right,
grandfather had
thank
a
you.
liquor license since 1919.
Yeah, I see that, and I know you have a clean record, and, you know, it's the first meeting of the year, so we try to be more generous. Everybody should be trying to get on this calendar.
Good. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Happy
much.
New Year.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next in Albany is number 28, City Liquors of Utica, Inc.
I'm recused on that one also.
28. Hi,
Good morning.
sir.
Good morning.
You could just introduce yourself.
Yes, hi, I'm Robert Kevin Hughes from City Liquors in Utica, New York.
All right, this is very unusual. I think you understand that you can't do that. You're the licensee, sir?
I am the licensee.
Okay, it wouldn't have been considered gambling if everybody can enter, but because you have to buy a bottle to enter, then it becomes gambling. And but I understand what you were trying to do here, so I'm gonna go with letter of warning. Commissioner?
I'll accept the letter of warning.
All right, you're good.
You'll
Thank
just
you.
get a letter of warning.
Just don't do it
Appreciate that.
again.
Thank you very much.
And this was not guilty, right? So you sustained the charge?
Yeah, I would sustain charge one, letter of warning.
And Commissioner? Yes, same. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Sir.
You're welcome, bye.
Thank you. Have a good day. And that's it, Ellery, right?
That's
In Albany?
correct.
All right, thank you. You can sign off.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to New York City, we have a few items with community board representation here. The first one to be called is 21, the Crystal Room LP.
All right,
May I begin?
yes.
Morning, Commissioners, Chair, all. My name's...
So can we just not go into too much detail here? I just want to know what is the dispute here?
The 2 hours between 10 p.m. and midnight that our client would like to operate its Sidewalk Cafe.
Okay, so there's no dispute as to number of tables and chairs?
In fact, we've reduced the number of tables and chairs to 2 tables and 4 chairs. So the application has diminished significantly since we met with the community board. We are not seeking a roadbed shed. We have reduced the number of tables and chairs from 6 tables with 10 seats to 2 tables with 4 seats.
All right, so, all right, you can go ahead.
Thank you. So Mike Palutis on behalf of the applicant and licensee. I'm here with Eric Bromberg. Eric and his brother Bruce own and operate the Blue Ribbon group of restaurants in New York City. They operate Blue Ribbon Fried Chicken, Blue Ribbon Sushi, Blue Ribbon Steak and Sushi, and they operate those concepts throughout New York City, Philadelphia, Boston, Las Vegas, and Los Angeles.
Miami.
And Miami, yes, that's right. So we did meet with Manhattan Community Board too. As I point out in my supplemental submission, there was no location-specific substantive objection to this application. What was indicated was that CB2 had a blanket policy and that all outdoor dining applicants were being required to close at 10 p.m. I think that policy may have changed, but Donna's here and she can speak to it herself. It's my understanding that the committee is now taking it on a more individualized basis. Historically, this restaurant has enjoyed a late dinner trade, and this restaurant has been operating here for 30 years. It's an exemplary licensee. It has no adverse history, I think, to speak of. It's a cornerstone of the neighborhood. It's beloved by, I think, most, if not all. And you know, the late dinner trade is important. It's a critical part of the business. So what they really need is to be able to operate that cafe from 10 until midnight, which is the city regulation that's on the books, right? Which the city put in place after consultation with the community boards. And so at the community board meeting, we asked the community board to agree to midnight. Ultimately, I think CB2 didn't have a problem with the application itself. It's just those 2 hours. So the dispute or the disagreement here is really limited to those 2 hours.
Council, are there any other sidewalk cafes on that block?
No.
No.
Oh, yes, next door at, I don't know, it's changed hands a couple times, I'm not sure. There's an Italian restaurant on the corner next to us.
I'm sure Donna knows.
And how many tables does that establishment have?
They have a dozen or more tables.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So if I could just point out that we've reviewed the 2 letters of objection that were submitted. And I would submit that they really boil down to 3 issues. Rodent activity that associated with pandemic era roadbed sheds. Again, we've withdrawn that application. We're not pursuing a roadbed shed. The width of the sidewalk, which was not an issue that was raised at the committee meeting. So although those 2 objectors perhaps take issue with it, I don't know that it would have stopped us from moving forward had we agreed to the 10 p.m. And the third item, I think, is noise, which we've attempted to address here by significantly reducing the size of the cafe, again, to 2 tables with 4 seats.
So what time does the other restaurant have?
I don't know the answer to that question. Donna May?
Can I?
Yeah, sure.
Which other restaurant?
So we never had Donna Raftery, Chair of CB2's SLA Licensing Committee. Thank you and Happy New Year.
Ms. Raftery, just let me interrupt.
Yeah.
Can I just have clarification on the question? Your question was what, Chair?
What time does the next door restaurant
Oh, the
have
next
their
door
outdoor?
restaurant. Okay, I didn't hear that part.
So I did not look that up before coming here, but what we have been doing is not, contrary to what Mr. Palutis' understanding is CB2 is requesting all applicants who had no prior stipulations with CB2 regarding outdoor seating under the old Sidewalk Cafe program or the new Dining Out New York City program to agree to a closing of 10 p.m. nightly in order for the applicant to open quickly with the opportunity to return for later hours after this program has rolled out. because of the impacts to residents having this seating in areas that never had it before. So the adjacent restaurant would have been given the same stipulations of the closing at 10 p.m. And if they sign them, they will not be up here. If they did not sign them, we've done the same thing. So we have we have done a blanket thing for everybody that has been in these residential neighborhoods that never had outdoor seating before.
Have you gotten any complaints from the residents on that block?
On that block, no. Not recently. I'm not, because the pandemic, we were getting complaints everywhere. So recently, no. And we do think the 10 p.m. is a reasonable compromise, and we sort of have not been looking at each one individually in these areas until it rolls out.
All right.
When is that dining program? Is it rolled out?
Is it rolled out?
Yeah, got it.
Council, I have a question.
Yes.
This is a late night place.
It is. It's been operating for 30 years. They do a late trade historically. It is not a problem operator. I want to emphasize it's an exemplary.
You mentioned that there are noise issues. I mean, it's just, you're 4 seats, but if people start crowding on that street and standing outside the business,
Chair,
I think that.
No.
I don't want this to be an attack on you because obviously you're a good operator. You're very successful. You happen to be on a very narrow street, which is 1-lane traffic. There is residents above you, there's residents right next to you, and there's residents right across the street, immediately across the street from you. So to the extent that you're a small footprint, I think that the outdoor cafe ends up being your sandwich board. Like it ends up being your showcase on that block, which I respect. Everybody wants that. Everybody wants presence and to get attention. So we've been down this road with Donna before. What we did for another operator who's been there since the 70s was 10:30. So
I think it won't be long that the other establishment on that block comes in with, I think, 10 tables and says, hey, if they're open till 2 in the morning or 12 in the morning, 12 at night, we want 12 at night.
And they're not open past 10.
Well, they could change or someone else could come in, they could go out of business and someone else could come in.
Can I
It's just
propose
that,
another compromise?
We want to do everything we can and to be fair, but it actually surprises me that with the gamut of business that you have, you're talking about, 30, 40, 50 establishments that you're fighting with the community for these 2 tables in 2 hours. It seems not to be worth it.
Chair, can I make a suggestion? Go ahead, Eric, sorry.
In that establishment, we only have 45 seats.
I understand.
So 4 seats is a substantial
I understand this
increase.
is about your bottom line, and that's why you're here today. I get that. But I think that you also have to be considerate that you are doing it and making, I don't know how many turns, 4 seats, 2 more turns for, at the expense of everybody who lives on Sullivan Street.
But
which
we have
is our concern here.
More than 30 people who live on Sullivan Street and across the street and all the buildings saying they approve of it. And we have 2 people who are saying that the road's narrow but we're not.
So
we've reestablished.
In addition to those 32 petitions, there are 8 formal letters of support that we also submitted.
Yes.
Go ahead,
One question.
Commissioner.
What is the place, if you come out of your door, I don't know the cardinal direction, I suppose it might be, is it to the east?
If you come out of the door, you're coming west.
When you come out the door and turn left, you're going west?
When
or
you come
east?
out the door, if you turn left, you're going south.
South, okay. All right, so that's now that place it seems like it has planters or it has, right?
Mhm.
And those are out there overnight?
Yes.
So in other words, they're reaching into the footprint 24/7 with those
Correct.
planters, right? Okay. So your tables are going to be within that footprint, correct, sir?
Yeah, we're
Okay.
actually tighter to the wall.
I know a little bit about your place. You got like the chefs of New York come there late, right?
Right.
Okay, and you're saying now, council, it's just 4 seats out there?
It's 2 tables with 4 seats.
4? 4 seats each or? four?
No, two tables
and
with a
two.
total, two deuces.
So you want to just stay with those 4 seats, which will probably just be one more sitting
Right.
till 12 o'clock,
That's
correct?
it.
Okay,
That's
and
what we're
where are the
asking.
tables going to be at the end of business?
We bring them
You
inside
bring 'em
and
in-
put them
Didn't
in.
you have a park bench out there somewhere?
We had a park bench maybe 30 years
That's
ago,
gone?
25 years ago.
Okay,
Yes.
okay. All right, okay, so, all right. Okay, I got you. I understand what you're trying to do.
Thank you.
Counsel, you were going to offer something?
Yes, but can I speak with Eric
go
just
ahead.
really quickly? So as another attempt to find some common ground and work with the community, an alternative, if we could have those later hours, our client would be willing to stipulate to not serve liquor or spirits in the cafe area on those 2 tables. If that's something that the board would agree to, we'd be happy
If
to.
you don't serve, you don't even need to be here.
No,
No, we
no
would serve-
spirits. We'd serve beer and wine only on the cafe.
There's no way I'm going to enforce that, and that's neither here nor there. I mean, if I were drinking, I would be speaking loudly with 1 beer, so it doesn't matter. That's not the thing. Like,
So as an alternative, perhaps, we could agree to close at 10 o'clock on Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, if this board would be open to later hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night, which are really the nights that the restaurant is going to really need most importantly those later
Is the
2
other-
hours.
Is the other establishment across the board 10 o'clock or 10:30?
If they sign, I don't, honestly, did not look that up.
They've had a-
But if they
What's the
sign
address of that
What's the address,
establishment?
sir?
Is it Spring Street? That's next door?
7, it's got to be 95 or.
At 195 Spring Street?
95.
No,
Sullivan.
95 Sullivan.
It's 95?
95
I'm
Sullivan.
guessing it's next door to us. We're 97.
We have done the
But
same
the-
thing
Bombay
consistently.
They've
Bread
had
Bar?
their seats out there for 30 years.
I get it.
Right.
And the planners are there 24 hours a day.
Yes.
So I don't have a footprint problem whatsoever here.
Or is it on the
And
corner
that's,
of Spring Street?
Why
on the
don't you
corner of
counsel?
Spring and Sullivan.
So I think that address might be 195 Spring. Is
Yeah,
that
I
what
don't
you
think
said?
so too.
195.
Sorry.
They have a 10 PM closing, or sorry, 12
side?
AM closing.
Can I ask a
And,
question?
10 PM, the windows need to be shut.
And that's a recent stipulation,
That is,
which then would mean that they had that before.
Could you say that so I could hear it, please, Ms. Hughes?
yeah. So it's on the corner. It's 195 Spring Street.
Yeah,
And they were issued in 2022, it looks like. They have conditions open daily 11 AM to 12 AM, doors and windows close at 10 PM. Recorded background music only, no TVs.
We don't have any
Or is
opening
it-
windows.
And that says for the outside closing at 12? That's,
Windows.
It's, the windows are 10 PM.
but the
They don't have an
seating
outside
doesn't
area.
address
They don't have an
seating.
outside area?
No.
That's,
So this would be the only,
no, I'm not saying, I'm not saying.
Their pictures show an outdoor
Just trying to
area
figure out what
on
the
Google.
community board has
oh,
that
do they, yeah?
should do.
Let's look.
Hold on a second.
I mean, I will just say,
People there.
we've been consistent with if they didn't have it before, we're asking everybody to. close
Yeah,
it.
and I'm trying to
They
be
had
consistent
something
too,
before,
because otherwise,
We go with what they had before, what they negotiated.
195 Spring Street. I don't show an outside
It
area.
doesn't say, you don't show an out, but Google shows an outside area?
Yeah, Google
Yeah.
is
all right, so
right here. I mean, he's right there. That's where our app.
I'm at 10:30, guys. We try to be consistent. We've done this before. We've made this assessment. This is the decision has nothing to do with your operation or,
Still inside.
your business.
Bombay
And
bread.
you're obviously well reputed and feels like you deserve more. but it's just a very narrow street. And I don't think.
But we're within the regulations and we pulled back so there's even room for the staff to stand in front of the tables, which is pretty
I don't know,
uncommon.
that's neither here nor there. I mean, 10:30 close, you get a 9 o'clock seating comfortably. I think as late as
Takes
you
about
want
2.5
to sit
hours to
people,
eat
I
in our
mean.
place.
It's a 2.5 hour dinner service.
There's a balance that we really have to find here, you know. The community board is advisory, you know, but we all have neighborhoods, we all live in certain places, we all want where we live
And I
to-
appreciate that,
to,
and
you know.
we used to live around the corner, and
Yeah,
we've been quiet for 33 years.
Right, incrementally, things can change dramatically. I will note this, apparently this place on that block doesn't have a sidewalk license, but is using a sidewalk.
It depends also on how old the Google map is, because also there's another license that was issued that does have a sidewalk cafe. So it also.
For that same address?
Yeah, so it depends on how old that Google and.
I understand the community's concerns. I understand they have a blanket policy. You know, the blanket policy is at odds with the city council's regulations and what.
I have so much respect for city council, but that's not what's governing it here, right?
But if there was a case to deviate, this is a case where.
And the deviation is the 10:30, which we've done here before. So, you know, if I continue to deviate, then it becomes a slippery slope. You have to understand we have to be consistent as well.
So that license on the block, what time does it have for the sidewalk?
I have a sidewalk right
I'm
now.
at 10:30.
I have a sidewalk cafe on file for it.
Something doesn't add up here.
Where are you at?
I'll go with 10:30.
All right.
I'll go for midnight.
Okay, but.
It's
so the
10
chair- it's
And I wouldn't place a
10:30.
restriction on the days either, so.
I just, with an exemplary licensee such as this one, who's been there for 30 years, without any adverse history.
It's not solely about him. It's not solely about.
But you have to take into account how he's operated his establishment for 30 years, which has been.
As an advisory position, the position of the
But
community.
they're
board.
advising without taking into account the operator's history. They're saying that across the board, everybody has to close at 10 o'clock. And that disincentive, I mean, this is someone who's standing here who's
All
spent.
right, we voted, sir.
So just for the record,
I
so
get
it's-
it, and
it's
I
approved
really
with
respect you.
10:30.
Thank you for coming, and I understand it. It's just that I have to be consistent too, because otherwise I'm doing this every day of the rest of the next 2 years. You know, it just has to do with the nature of where you are.
But I wanted to finish my vote on the record. I voted to approve, but what I wanted to state before the conversation ensued again was my understanding and my belief, and I believe I'm stating this accurately, is this is a place where chefs get out of work somewhere and you go there late. This is not the 6 o'clock crowd or the 7 o'clock crowd. Maybe it is, but it's primarily, that's where you go at 11 o'clock at night. Okay?
Okay, they can
For
be
your
inside, but
place,
they can
for
eat
your
inside,
place,
right?
it makes sense. I don't think a blanket policy is appropriate for anywhere where exceptions are shown, and I think you show an exception.
There are
Thank
people
you.
that
Thank you.
live in
Thank you.
that neighborhood. It is a residential neighborhood for the most part. Any kind of color. I live on the Upper West Side. I tell you, I can hear people walking down the street. And if there was a restaurant right outside my place, I would hear it all night. Fortunately, I don't. We have to
But
find
the
a balance.
vast majority
And
of our
I
neighbors
think we found one here.
are
If there's
in
no
support.
reflection on you. You have an excellent record. But it's a combination of where you are and what the people who live there want. And also for us to find some consistency, as the chair has indicated. I do note that you do have the petition in support, and that the community board's position was that they wanted 10 p.m. while the dining out program rolled out. So it doesn't preclude you, I guess, from coming back and asking later on for additional time.
So that's a question
I take it
have.
that you have no issues with the other stipulations that were discussed. And the Soho Alliance, the attorney then actually took no position. He sent an email and took no position.
They actually said that they've been a fantastic neighbor and that they weren't.
I'm sure they have been.
Right.
I'm sure, but it's not just about that. I get it.
So
but
is
it's
this
just about-
something that after we perform without any incident for some period of time, we could come back and
I don't see any reason why you
request
can't come
an
back.
extension on
And,
that
and the
time.
community board has indicated they wanted 10 until the dining program rolled out. We're giving you 10:30. When the dining program rolls out, you should come back and you should meet with the community board.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much.
Next with CB is number 10, Olio Restaurants LLC.
What number?
Number 10.
Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. Donald Bernstein on behalf of the licensee. There are actually two matters that you had taken up together because of the same ownership last time when we were before you. The other was Boucherie. So
That's number 9.
yeah, if I can address both of them as we did last time. So this is,
This item was adjourned twice because of someone's medical condition?
yes, my client had surgery,
Okay.
so he couldn't.
Number 9
get
and 10.
We're hearing 9 right now, sir?
I called 10, but
It's
up to
10
you.
and 11.
Yeah.
No, it's
10
10
and
and 9.
Yeah,
10 and 9.
one is Olio at 3 Greenwich Avenue, the other is Boucherie at 97 7th Avenue South. Olio has been operating for 15 years with a licensed sidewalk cafe during that time. Boucherie's been operating for 8 years, also with an approved sidewalk cafe. Both of them filed before the August deadline in 2024 under the new program were approved by DOT. So last time, the principal concern was the issue of planters on outside both of these establishments. There is another restaurant, same ownership, Petite Boucherie on Christopher, that is not before you, was not before you, that also had planters and seating that was objected to. So the directive was to remove those planters, remove the seating around Petite Boucherie, and come back to demonstrate that we are in compliance. Within days of the September 18th full board meeting, all of the planters were removed. And what we did not realize when we were here on September 18th is that just a couple of days before, the authority had sent an inspector to both of these places with the instructions to determine if pedestrians were able to walk through sidewalk without walking into traffic. And you should have the reports. I got them yesterday. And the investigator said, I did not observe pedestrians having to walk into vehicular or bicycle traffic to get through the sidewalk. And he attached photographs. And these photographs show full clearance. I mean, you can drive a small car down this sidewalk. And the planters that you see here, we removed. But these planters were actually the barrier for the sidewalk cafe. There were some other planters. They have all been taken down. I do, and I've attached photos to my submission, and you can see that they were all removed. I do want to address,
Can I
however.
just ask you,
Yes.
what's the understanding regarding the planters in front of Petite Boucherie? What was the agreement?
The directive from you was to remove them, and we did.
You did not.
We did. We removed them all. The photos that I attached to my letter submitted last week shows no planters anywhere in front of Olio.
Just to correct, to remove on Gay Street.
Well, we're not-
the
yeah.
planters next to the facade.
Right, that's what I was gonna ask you about.
Yes.
There's I think it was a flower store or something next door called
No,
Casey's?
that was Olio. This is petite for the planters only. We didn't
Which is
have
not before
seating.
you, but.
Yes, and this location
Right,
was
but
not-
I just want to clarify that according to our records, there are still planters in front of Petite Boucherie.
There is, I think, a planter by the
There
front
is a
door.
two planters next to the door, but the instruction was to remove, and the position was from the community board to remove the planters on Gay Street sidewalk. We had planters on the,
Yeah.
next to the
I saw
facade.
the Yeah. photos. And all the planters.
We all removed that.
All the planters by Olio and Boucherie were removed. I do want to address the issue of planters because the New York City Administrative Code specifically talks about this. And it says in the DOT Dining Out New York City Rules and Regulations, which is Title 34, Chapter 5 of the Rules of New York City, that a sidewalk cafe can include tables and chairs and removable decorative items. It says that in a number of places. Another section specifically says that it may specifically include shrubbery and/or plantings and decorative accessories. So plantings and shrubbery within the Sidewalk Cafe is specifically permitted. And if you look at this photo of Olio that your investigator took a couple of days before we were here in September, you see this row of small, now we removed them because you told us to, so we took it away. But I just want to state that this is
All right, so what's the
compliance.
dispute here? Where it's about the hours?
Well, I think the community board can speak to it. They just don't like my client and they don't want this licensed at
Well,
all.
there may be a reason for that, so let them speak. All right, go
Did you
ahead.
have a question?
One quick question about this place, Casey's next door. Does that have anything to do with this license?
What place next door?
I think it's called Casey's, right next door. That has a bunch
Casey's?
of tables and everything. Has
No,
nothing
that's
to
not
do with
us.
your establishment.
That's not us.
Okay, go ahead. One of the photos looked like there were waiters going.
Yeah, and one photo, it's confusing because that's another restaurant, like a small restaurant next to
Uh-huh,
us.
okay.
Thai restaurant, yes.
You have nothing to do with that.
Nothing to do with it.
All right, thank you.
Did you want me to finish or do you want to hear from the community board?
I want to hear from the community board.
Sure.
Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2's Manhattan's SLA Licensing Committee. So as our submissions show, this licensee has consistently shown an inability to operate in a compliant manner since opening at this location in 2020 and continuing through today. Mr. Bernstein's submission says CB2's complaints were primarily related to plants and planters. That's completely incorrect. Our complaints were primarily focused on the licensee's inability to follow basic rules since opening in 2010 at this location and at his other locations. Mr. Bernstein's own submission referencing the licensing of boucherie in 2017 says both the principal and management staff had to go to training seminars to learn what is permitted under the on-premises liquor license due to significant issues at the licensee's other locations, including Olio. CB2 submission includes this recent submission includes September 2012 emails and resolutions showing photos of the licensee setting up a sidewalk cafe in front of the flower shop next door. That's back in 2012. Our other submission showed the same thing happening in May 2025. That's 13 years of setting up a sidewalk cafe in front of an adjacent storefront when they closed every night at 6 o'clock. That has nothing to do with planters. That has to do with seating in some place that you are not authorized to have a sidewalk cafe and profiting off of that for 13 years.
Is that adjacent?
That's adjacent, that is to the.
Is that the place called Casey's?
Huh?
Is that the place?
Yes, that's the flower shop.
That's the flower shop, okay. Then those 2012 emails also show sidewalk cafe remaining set up in front of Olio past closing hours, despite the applicant telling CB2 sidewalk committee chair that he was no longer doing that. Again, this is back in 2012. This is what was happening in 2012. CB2's October 2012 Olio sidewalk resolution lists a number of lack of compliance issues. The applicant saying he simply didn't know what the rules were and hence shouldn't be punished for them, violating them with similar non-compliance issues being the reason that CB2 is recommending denial of this sidewalk cafe now, 13 years later, because he's doing the same thing and keeps saying that they didn't know and help them. And so I want to remind the commissioners that the licensee continued to set up the tables and chairs in the sidewalk in front of the adjacent storefront for approximately 6 hours each evening, as he'd been doing since at least 2012 until after appearing before CB2 in June 2025. At a significant financial benefit, all while illegally extending his licensed premises beyond what was licensed. And I have photographs from May showing them setting it up and with all the patrons sitting there within a half hour of that establishment closing. While the licensee removed the planters from the sidewalk cafe following the September full board meeting, and they were all removed, aside from those couple, the planters were removed after the September meeting. He failed to install any other form of perimeter demarcation such as stanchions or a simple flat barrier, all readily and easily available as required by the dining out New York City rules. CB2 does not have a problem with planters as long as they are located within the permitted sidewalk cafe area and not extending past it. So if he wants to lose a foot to 2 feet and have planters in there that are within his sidewalk cafe, go for it. But they have to be within the sidewalk cafe and they have to keep the servers and the patrons in the sidewalk cafe. What he was doing in the summer was having the planters and having all the wait staff serving from outside the sidewalk cafe so that they were in the clear path, the pedestrian clear path often. Additionally, Mr. Bernstein says in his submission that there were no speakers outside And I just want to say that I previously submitted photographs of the speakers. I have copies enlarged with me today of the speakers. There were speakers on the exterior wall behind the fans at OLIO, and they were removed sometime between CB2's submission and the meeting we were at on September 18th. And I just want the record to be clear on that. It's just one more thing. So our main concern here is not the planters, but this applicant's non-compliance with basic rules for 13 years at this location and continued non-compliance at his location at Christopher Street and his continued non-compliance with the establishment on 7th Avenue. So that is it. That's my.
The planters certainly were egregious. They've all been removed, but they were pretty egregious. I'll just note a description of the sidewalk, which is, it seems to be a pretty large sidewalk. With the planters there was still half a sidewalk left, but it was covered for the most part by Subway grills.
Yeah, DOT, just to be fair, DOT includes that walkable sidewalk. I don't know that all pedestrians do, but DOT considers that walkable sidewalk.
Right.
The issue really was that the planters, other people do planters and they have them in boxes, and so it forms a line that really keeps people in and puts people out. And,
A lot of planters.
and they put out their planters, and it's not keeping people in the sidewalk cafe. The wait staff was outside the sidewalk cafe on a regular basis.
So your position is that the planters are gone now, but they're like.
Our position was never about our biggest problem with the planters was the place that is not before you on Christopher's. They had the sidewalk cafe, and then once they removed that, because they were never authorized to have a sidewalk cafe there, they never applied, they were never authorized to have it. They filled the whole sidewalk with planters. So what's the sense of removing the sidewalk cafe if you're filling it with planters? Nobody could use it. That was the place we had the most problem with the planters. Our issue here is the non-compliance, the applicant's inability to follow, get a license canceled in the Lower East Side. I mean, this is an ongoing pattern of not being able to follow anything. He's got the roadbed here, which you all permitted. That at least is a confined area that someone should be able to operate in compliantly. But CB2 does not believe that they should be able to continue to having a sidewalk cafe without showing that they can really operate compliantly for some extended period of time. I mean, 13 years having a sidewalk cafe illegally next door. How much money, I did rough numbers, bare minimum numbers for this, 2025 on this. This is, I mean, it's rewarding bad behavior in our opinion.
And that's number 10, right? So that's the ones that's on Greenwich Avenue, right?
Yeah.
And the other one.
Boucherie, the one on 7th Avenue?
Right.
7th Avenue, I mean, it's the same. That's why when they came for that license in 2016 is when it said that they had to, they had gone for additional training to learn how to operate. Now here they had the planters, again, it extended out, they've cleaned it up, people can walk by it now. But it's the licensee. At this location, it took all the elected officials, the community board, the borough president, to have to get them to move planters, because at that particular time, people did have to walk on 7th Avenue. And they didn't have to do it necessarily every day, and when your inspector did, they didn't have to. But that is craziness, that people were walking on 7th Avenue, and it took 2 months with multiple violations, and they didn't comply. DOT had to go and remove the planters because this licensee just wanted to profit off of having the seating and couldn't comply. And that's why we have a problem, really. It's the non-compliance with everything.
Okay, ma'am, are you here to speak on one or both of the applications, please?
Yes, my name is Nancy Paisley. I live on Barrow Street, a block away from Boucherie, and I've lived there for over 50 years. I don't want to repeat what Donna has said. I will say that I agree with her completely. All three of these establishments under the same ownership have been a problem since day one. The third one on Christopher Street is not before you because they never even applied for a sidewalk license. What they did on the side street at Christopher Street is they erected an enclosed shed during COVID. that completely closed off the sidewalk, which is about 5 feet there. When the shed came down, they filled it completely with tables. They finally took those away after compliance action by DOT, so they are not before you. They're not even trying to have a license there. With respect in particular to Boucherie, that's the place on 7th Avenue, they have also been a problem since they started. And as Donna said, our problem was not that they had planters. It was that they had planters covering the entire darn sidewalk, so that you had to walk in the street or at best on the subway grade. So if you have a baby stroller or a walker or high heels, you're in big trouble there. They have finally taken them away, but in Boucherie in particular has been a very reluctant complier. I sent in photographs earlier. I have copies again for you.
We have plenty of before and after photographs. We'll certainly take a look at them. When were these taken, ma'am?
These were taken in October.
Of 2024?
Of 2025.
2025.
Where they come right up to and go over the line, and they have never put up a barrier of any kind. They just don't feel they need to comply with the rules, and this has been the story since day one. I think that having tables, having a license at all, let alone tables on the public sidewalk that my taxes support, is a privilege and not a right. And I do not think these folks are entitled to that privilege, given their track record of blatant refusal to obey the rules. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that there have been some issues that we have to talk about, but to claim that my client has blatantly been disregarding the rules, I would like to address that because that's an overblown characterization. That's not correct. First, let's talk about Boucherie on 7th Avenue. They claim that we didn't have a barrier. This is your investigators photographed in September. There is a barrier. It is the planters. This is before we removed the planters. The sidewalk is not obstructed. I don't know what the photographs you just got, if it shows a problem. But as your own investigator found, there's not a problem. There was no use of any adjoining space here. We received a DOT violation for this space. They claim that we never filed. We told them we did file. We gave them a filing receipt. I attached the email to my papers. The DOT on its own dismissed the violation. They withdrew the violation. So we've not gotten violations here from the authority. There have been no problems with liquor service, no other violations issued here. My client has 17 restaurants. This is the only community board we have issues with. We're in 2 or 3 other community boards with outdoor seating. No problem, no issues. The community board loves these restaurants. In fact, they're quite beautiful. When we removed the planters on Gay Street, you know what came in? And my client has 2 pictures. 2 homeless people drunk laying on the sidewalk where we used to have beautiful planters. But we took them away as we were instructed to do, but that's now what the community has, is homeless people laying on the sidewalk. I mean, they have gone out of their way to make these beautiful. On Olio, they made a mistake. During COVID, there was a period of time when you could, with permission, extend beyond your storefront. That was permitted. My client did it then. They should have discontinued it. When that was discontinued, they didn't. When they realized that they were not allowed to do it back in May or June of last year, they stopped it. So it's not ongoing. It was not a deliberate violation. It was a mistake of continuing to operate the way they were permitted to operate during COVID. I'm not trying to justify it other than say that that's what it was. So they've had these sidewalk cafes for 15 years without problems, other than the claims that we blocked the sidewalk. Excuse me, Donna, I don't interrupt you, please. With claims that we're blocking the sidewalk, which is disproved by your investigator. So we would like to get the sidewalk.
You're not denying that he was illegally set up for 13 years and any of those things, right?
I can't say it was 13 years. For Olio, you're talking about?
That was during COVID only. and we
No,
extended.
I don't think so. I actually live around there, so.
Which one are you referring to, Chair?
Before 2020.
I'm not going to share with you my personal experience because that's not relevant here, but I think that it's not.
But which,
Can I share
one second.
You have
Which
to realize that
location?
we are also people that live in the community as well. So, all right.
Which
Are we ready
location?
to vote?
For all you.
Yeah, let's wait, I'm not ready, because are there any assurances that you would like to offer on the record to the community board on both of these?
Well, I can
On
say,
either or both of these?
I can say that when my client was told that they could not extend an OLIO back in June, they took it away. It's
Yep.
gone.
Okay,
When we were told by you 4 months ago, September, October, 3 months ago to remove the plantings, we did it within days.
okay.
We didn't install a barrier because we'd like to put the planters back as the barriers, which we're permitted to do, but you told us to take them away, so we were
So
hoping that
What do
today.
you want right now?
We just want to
Let's
have
Would you just tell me?
Boucherie, we want to have the Sidewalk Cafe that we've had for 8 years added to the license, as we've had it for 8 years.
Yeah.
That has had a midnight
Just the way
closing.
it looks like on the application, right?
Yes, just the way it looks. I think it's 66 seats.
Yeah.
It's a lot of space, and it's on 7th Avenue South. This is not a side street. This is not a
Gotcha.
narrow street.
Okay,
The authority, when you approved, when the full board approved that application, we were given midnight close, and we've always operated for 8 years with a midnight close with that Sidewalk Cafe, without any complaint about hours or noise or anything like that. So we just want to continue what we've been doing, ensuring that we remain in compliance as we are today.
you want the footprint that's your application states,
Correct.
correct? And any assurances that you could say right now?
My client is here. He knows that this has been a problem to get this now, and I think Jasmine runs the operation.
Okay.
And I have spoken to them repeatedly about getting rid of these. They took it down right away. I'm certainly open to other assurances.
So I don't even hear one. I'm not saying you need to offer one. What, if any, assurances do you offer so I know what I'm voting about?
I don't know what I can
Okay.
tell you, other than the fact that my client is here and understands that if he's not in compliance, he's going to have a problem.
So how about for the Olio?
Olio, the same thing.
Same two questions.
Same thing. I mean, we've removed back last June, all the seating that extended.
Yeah.
We've removed the planters. That's been there for 15 years
Okay, so
with
the
the Sidewalk
footprint is
Cafe.
as stated in the application?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, I don't have any other questions.
How many seats are on that one?
This is the concern that the community has.
Well, let me just answer the chair's question. On Olio has 27 tables and 60 seats.
60 seats outside?
That's a lot.
How many seats are inside of these restaurants?
For Olio is
Which one?
for Olio is 70.
Both.
72, right? Olio.
Inside,
There's
72.
no,
72 inside?
Yes.
72 inside of which one?
Olio.
Olio.
So you have 72 inside and 60 outside?
Yes.
And what about the other one?
It's total of 222, including the mezzanine.
202 inside.
222 is the occupancy. But we have less seats, actual less seats, around
How many
175.
seats do you have inside of Boucherie?
Let's say 175,
175 and you want 66 outside.
yes.
This operator also values the outdoor space, so all of the spaces that they take, including another place, Grand Boucherie, which has even more outside. It's an important component, and they take space and look for
Because
space.
you're making more money outside than inside.
But the business.
Well, that's not true, because outside is only a few months, and so it's not full year. But to answer your question, Commissioner, that you just asked me when I stepped up to look at that photo, yes, you're required to have barriers. We had planters as barriers. We were told take them down. We knew we were coming back, so we wanted to make the pitch again to be able to reinstate them as barriers. If for some reason we couldn't, we would have custom-made barriers. But the sidewalk cafes are gone now. They were taken down in November.
Yeah, now it's empty, we don't have.
you want to have a quick discussion?
Sure, you have a question for council?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're going to go off the record for a conference with council. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're back on the record after a conference with council. Do the members have any further questions? Are you ready to vote?
Can I just conclude? If may I, Chair Fan? Just 1 minute.
What's the number of roadway seats that Olio has?
Always 12.
16?
No, not 8 tables. I think there are 6. Two like 12. I have on the pictures.
Somewhere between 12 and 16.
Yes, I'm not sure.
All right, and that's closing at 10 right now, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you asked us at the last board meeting until today to close at 10,
And it
which
was
we have
removed
done.
before November 1st, the roadway.
Just to finish, and I just need another minute, if you bear with me. The outdoor seating, as I said, is a critical part of both of these restaurants. It's not just ancillary. If they didn't have the outdoor seating, they could not maintain these restaurants. They've had them for 15 years and 8 years. And I just want to reiterate again that there have been no liquor issues at this place, no quality of life issues, no SLA violations. No one's complaining about noise or any problems. These are technical DEOT issues, which we have now fully corrected. Commissioner Mai, my client will tell you that there's an assurance that they will comply with all DOT and SLA regulations going forward. And we'd like to be able to continue to use those cafes.
Can I just add that I just looked it up. It's 8 tables with 17 seats for Olio for their roadway.
The roadway, 17 seats. 8 tables, 17 seats.
17 seats.
No, it's smaller because of the hospital.
Do I get to say anything else?
Yes, go ahead. You can, all right, let's not make it too long, but
No, I
okay.
won't make it too long. I just want to say, going back to Boucherie with DOT, Mr. Bernstein said they had no violations. In the emails that were submitted from DOT, they said that they're sending inspectors out. This is August 9th. And if the planters are still there, they'll find them. On August 13th, they said that they had issued new violations that would carry monetary fines. That's for Boucherie. And then they finally went and removed the planters themselves. So there were plenty of violations at Boucherie for that. And I again want to emphasize that the sidewalk seating at Olio went to the adjacent storefront. We have pictures from 2012. So this is not COVID. They were everywhere in the roadbed, everywhere was impassable. That's COVID. This is since then. And the monetary benefit from that is a lot.
Mr. Bernstein, when you say that they can't make it without the outdoor seating, it sounds like, from the history that I've heard here, that they're just accustomed to having this outdoor seating. It's been a part of the business plan for years now, and to have it cut off is gonna decrease the amount of income that's brought in.
It may result in closing of the restaurant, I'm told.
Because the rent and everything is set with
Which
that
they
opportunity.
become very accustomed to having, right? Isn't that exactly what we have here?
I'm not sure. The custom they've had it for 15 years in one and 8 years in the other.
Yeah.
All right.
And it's
All right.
large space. It's critical to the restaurant. Without the outdoor
Sure.
space, the restaurant's.
Sure,
can't
on the
serve.
backs of the community. I think we've
Well,
all agreed on that. Okay, all right, enough. All right, let's vote.
All right. Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna vote first. So, on number 9, I'm going to,
Which one is 9?
Boucherie. I'm, the 66 seats, I'm gonna vote to approve until 10 PM. And on number 10, I'm gonna vote to deny.
Commissioner De Leon, you okay now?
I concur and vote the same.
Okay. And Commissioner Maya.
On number 9, I vote to approve as applied for, subject to the removal of the foliage. I'll call it the foliage because it looks like apocalypse now in the photos, which look good. But that's how I vote for number 9. And for number 10, I also vote for the application as applied.
Vote for the application?
Yes,
I'm voting to approve per your specifications, which I think for the Olio were 39.8 times 11.7 feet.
Yeah, and on Olio,
And I think that was a closure of 10 a.m. So
well, closing hour is another issue.
I think you stated 10 a.m. in another proceeding, so.
No, we had midnight closing.
All right, well, I'm going to tell you what I vote for
Okay.
Olio. Olio is 39.8 feet times 11.7 feet, close at 10 p.m.
In closing, the Olio Sidewalk Cafe is something we've had for 8 years, is going to destroy that restaurant. It will not be able to continue without that space.
All
That
right,
space
well,
is
it's been
critical.
denied. The roadway
We
can
have,
continue.
DOT never took away that space. They didn't issue a violation, and you're pulling the space away. You can issue a violation, charge us a
Mr.
fine.
Bernstein, just for Commissioner Maya, for Boucher, are you okay with 10 p.m.
Can
or
take
did you
away
do
Olio
12 a.m.?
No. For
Oh, is that one?
Boucherie,
It doesn't really matter.
I
for the
vote
record.
as applied, which I will state, approximately 44 feet by 9.8 feet. And I think they wanted 12, whatever it was 12, not 10.
we need
to
On
close
that-
Olio
on that
for-
one,
So Olio is denied,
And
which
wait,
means you have to close it.
and since I,
So we need to close the restaurant actually,
Sir?
because we can't pay
since I,
rent.
sir, I'm still voting. I am just noting this. And I think Ms. Raftery, she comes here and she is very forthright. I think one time on this case, I said she was very credible on some representation she made. I find her credible, but I don't find any violations. You have like one violation at Boucherie, I believe, and 0 at Olio. So I don't care what was going on. No extension of premises, no enforcement measures were ever taken. So I'm disregarding that. I made my vote. So I'm basically voting for your applications, both of them, as you presented them with Olio at 10 o'clock. So that's my statement on the record.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the last one with Community Board is number 11, Isabel 196 Spring LLC.
All right, thank you. Thanks for waiting. Last one.
Which one is this now?
11. This wasn't the one, no. Just kidding, Spring Street.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Palillo. Happy New Year. I'm going to let Ms. Rafferty go first.
Donna Raftery, Chair of Community Board 2 Manhattan's SLA Licensing Committee. So just this application, just to be clear on what this is for outdoor seating at 196 Spring for the open street program. And contrary to what Mr. Palillo said, which I know he was just brought on to be the attorney then. So when we were here in December, was that this is not about whether or not the licensee has any outdoor seating at all. He's been approved for and signed stipulations with CB2 for roadbed seating at this location. Because CB2 did what, Chair Fan, you often ask us to do, give the applicant a chance. So we did that with the roadbed at this location. Just a quick rundown of a brief history here. April 2021 is when the applicant originally appeared for the restaurant wine license at this location. Isabel 196 Spring LLC, CB2 recommended denial based on the past history. The license was issued over CB2's objections. During that time, it was acknowledged that the sidewalk area was very congested at this location. In February 2025, the applicant appeared for the larger premises at 194, 196 Spring Street, and CB2 recommended denial. He came with his attorney, Stacy Weiss, at the time. And this is when she said adamantly that he would be complying with all the rules because she's his attorney. She is advising him. She knows he has a negative history, but he is going to be turning a new leaf and complying with everything. In May 2025, Stacy Weiss came before CB2 without the applicant for the roadbed seating at this location, and CB2 gave the applicant a chance despite his continuing to break the rules of outdoor dining continuously. And that was in May, beginning of May 2025. We have a stipulation agreement. May 2025, the roadbed was installed, Memorial Day weekend. There were chairs, the roadbed was there. There were tables and chairs in the roadbed. There were also tables and chairs all over the sidewalk in the furnishing zone in front of this establishment, at the establishment next door, which he has applied for a license and has a temporary one, all in crowding the sidewalk. There were supplies in the roadway next to the roadbed. There were host stands on the sidewalks. There were busing stations in the roadway. The licensee signed stipulations, and I have a copy with me, saying that there would be no host stands, bus, or service stations on the sidewalk or in the roadway, yet they were all out there. It's now, I believe Mr. Palillo said that the applicant, the licensee, was confused about that. It's unclear to me how the licensee could have thought he was permitted to have sidewalk seating, as he never applied for sidewalk seating at this location. But let's just say he was confused. It's never been at any time permitted to have seating along the furnishing zone, which is where he had all these seating. In June 2025, Mr. Ferrari, the representative and not the applicant, appeared for the application before you today for the open streets in front of 196 Spring, and the application at that location, and for the one next door, for the open streets next door as well. The application including the neighboring restaurant, Altisi downtown, on their application at 200 Spring Street without their permission. And this is when Mr. Ferrari was told about the illegal seating on the sidewalk. After that meeting, the sidewalk seating was removed. So it seems that the licensee did listen to Mr. Ferrari about the sidewalk seating at that time. The host stand stayed, the busing station stayed in the roadway outside of the roadbed area. In July 2025, Thomas Burke, and not the applicant, came to represent the applicant, and he appeared for the roadbed at the next door premises at 194, 196 Spring. When told of the recent past and transgressions, because we were denying the roadbed then because of because he can't follow, and we kept asking, why is this such a problem? And Mr. Burke said, because this licensee does what he wants to do. He doesn't follow the rules because of the type of person he is. He thinks he can do what he wants. And also saying that it's up to the SLA.
Are you saying that?
His attorney was saying that.
Okay.
Um,
I recall
stating
that.
it to, and he said that it's up to the SLA to enforce, and they haven't issued any violations. So in September 2025, the busing stations are still in the road. The host stands and the stanchions were still in front of both premises. Even though he signed the stipulation back in May saying that there would be no busing stations, that there would be no host stands, and those busing stations, it's filling the blank space between his two road beds in front of the residential entryway. He failed the inspection by DOT on December 1st. I believe that, the road beds were supposed to be gone. I think they had a week grace period. We were told differently, but I do believe they had a week grace period to have the roadbed up and not used. I don't know if it was being used or not, but it still, he failed inspection on December 1st. So DOT was out inspecting and he failed that.
December 5th or something, is that right?
They were gone by December 7th. I didn't walk by every day to know which day they were gone. So the licensee, improperly set up previous years for the open streets program. He's had tables and chairs all over the sidewalk, constantly congesting the sidewalk up until the middle of this summer, all during COVID. Since he's opened, actually, it's been a problem. He's got multiple dining out New York City fines. At this location has fined, and at 75 Thompson, his other location around the corner. Enclosed sidewalk cafe remained on Thompson Street. It was never permitted and should have been removed not later than November 3rd. And he was issued a fine in June 2025. He did not remove the roadbed structures. If this is a time when he's supposed to be super complying to show that he can comply. A lot of people removed the roadbed structures by December 1st, and he did not. He continues to have the host stands in the stations, and he continues to have busing stations and everything else. So I don't know. This open street application is extending past his roadbed. So, and he is the managing partner of this, meaning he is responsible for closing the street, for opening the street, for keeping the street in good order, and he has shown no ability to keep his own premises in order. I don't know how he's going to keep extending, further. So that's why we do not believe that he should have this open street seating.
How late was he serving in this area? How late was he serving in this area?
Well, we gave him 10 p.m. for the roadbed, and I believe that,
10 p.m.
10 p.m. is what he signed stipulations for with the roadbed. on that, but he has multiple fines for just having all sorts of things that he shouldn't be having from DOT, which I put in my submission, and then I have other ones that I pulled that I can certainly give you copies of if you would.
Okay, thank you.
For your 75 Thompson Street. So, I mean, a lot of these are all for the same thing, so when they say that he was unaware, I just don't understand how somebody can be unaware about how the sidewalk setup is supposed to be set up. It's not, you're not supposed to be having things on the curb, and,
You're saying he had like actual stations for the waitresses or waiters, right?
He
Is that what
had-
you're saying?
All right.
I mean.
Thank you.
The hostess stations were on.
You want me to hand these back to you?
You can have them.
Okay, in this case, I'll just send them down the pipe. You want to see them?
I think, you know, that's just our, this is just for the open street, but this is our issue with this, is that he has a history of total non-compliance on the sidewalk, and so.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's crazy. Those who out.
The violation that was just handed up deals with 75 Thompson Street, which is not before you, obviously.
All right, so what's the situation here? How many representatives do we have that are working on this item?
One.
Okay, so Michael Ferrari and Stacy.
Weiss and Thomas Burke.
It's not.
Correct.
On this anymore?
It's just me. All by my lonesome.
You're a lucky winner.
The key, and Donna spoke well and eloquently, but the bottom line is that the time period that we're talking about, which was May of 2024 and the summer, I would be remiss if I did not say that just about every restaurant in New York City was doing exactly what this gentleman did. Now, is that an excuse? Absolutely not. He honestly thought he had the sidewalk. He should never have used it. He stopped as soon as he found out he couldn't. He was told by the community board. I think we could say the relations between the community board and the applicant are not particularly good. He was told by the community board. He did reach out to his expediter. When he got the answer that he was not supposed to use the sidewalk, he removed the seating. I think that was June?
June.
That was in June of 2025. We are in the community board's submission dated December 31st. They indicate that the roadway has to be removed by November 1st. In the submission dated
June 13, December 24.
In the submission dated December 3rd, the community board says the roadway structure is set to be removed by 11/29. I submitted something from DOT saying the roadway structures don't come down until December 7th. I submit that the New York City dining out program is not an easy program to follow, not even for the community board. And my client is not sophisticated. My client's from Sicily. And not without getting into that, although I am half Sicilian, not getting into that, it's not that he doesn't abide by the rules, it's that he doesn't like being pushed around. It's as simple as that. He has made a mistake. He's not arrogant. He's standing here before us saying he should not have had the sidewalk cafe. He also should not have had the bus stations, which I know that they are a concern to the neighborhood. They're not large. They're
I think it's less than 1 feet.
out onto the sidewalk.
Yeah,
He should not have the host stations either.
What did he just say, sir?
He said they're less than 1 feet
less than 1 feet. It's
wide
very
onto the
small
sidewalk.
Station. Just help. I don't want the
A
people
little
go.
more than that. I mean, we have.
We're not talking length, talking width.
Is that what
Talking
he-
width onto the sidewalk, in other words.
For whatever it's
I would
worth, is
say
that
it's
within
more
his
than that.
footprint?
It's not within its footprint, no, and we will not be using
Well,
it.
that's a candor, okay.
It's not, and the hostess station is there. I mean, they're trying to do business. I've told him, and he's been told before, and he tells me this morning that the host station will not be used in the future.
So what happens if it is?
I'm sure,
What are we supposed to do about it if it is?
I think that you would probably bring a dispatch charge for breaking the stipulation.
No, I mean, then we.
I'll stipulate to that.
Then we just close everything down outside?
Presume you could.
What?
I presume you could, if that was your
Yeah, right?
Is that a deal?
He's saying to you, if you use the hostess station and the busing station,
Yeah, if he
Yeah, this-
breaks the
that
rules,
is-
you're done.
if you break the rules,
This is another problem. The problem, when I put the
it's better if you just answer the
It's
commissioner.
another problem.
You agree then?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can ask just for your patience to, go ahead, guys.
Hello, my name is Kathleen DeVizia. I reside at 75 Thompson Street. I've been a resident in that area for almost 30 years now, and I've seen businesses come and go. Piccolo Cucina has been an asset to our beautiful neighborhood. I walk my dog early in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening, and I don't have any obstruction of getting through. When the pandemic was in full swing, the restaurant and the staff members were very generous and gracious, cleaning up after themselves, maintaining the sidewalks, asking me if I needed anything. They offer a sense of community. They offer a sense of happiness and joy in our neighborhood. And I've seen, like I've said, I've seen businesses come and go, and theirs has been nothing but an asset to Thompson Street and beautiful Soho area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, you want to say?
Hi, my name is Ramanella. I live at 79 Thompson Street from 1965. All of my life and then.
1965.
Right.
Wow.
But I have nothing to say about the restaurant. I know you clean the sidewalk, everything. We don't see no rights around the restaurant because before there was an empty building on the corner and there was a full of restaurant. All this time, the Piccolo Cucina was take care all the time of the sidewalk, clean in the morning and the night you put the garbage when the time was. And I have nothing to say about it. This guy.
Thank you.
With the neighbor, was pretty good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Palillo, after you had a lot of complaints about this gentleman. Okay, so we just addressed two of those. Okay, so.
I'm sorry, Commissioner, can I ask you for a favor?
Yes, sir.
Could you just bring that mic a little closer?
Oh, yeah. I'm
It's
sorry.
just-
I'm far away. Wait.
And I may agree to something that,
Usually I didn't think I needed an
I
amplification.
very easily agree to things.
Okay, all right, okay. Yeah, so I don't know if I define the universe of what Ms. Raftery's complaining about or observing. We've got the waiter station, we've got the
Bus
busing
station.
areas, which you stated also are outside of the footprint. Ms. Raftery, what else was there? And I'm not talking about his general non-compliance, as you say it, okay? Okay, I'll acknowledge that. What else?
So he was issued a violation for this location on June 8th, 20, do I need to come up? June 8th of this year it says, I observed that the above respondent is operating a sidewalk cafe without a license and revocable consent. There was no application on file with DOT at the time. So that was that.
Is there one, Mr. Pulo, is there a sidewalk application?
No, but it's not being used. In June, it
Okay,
was
so
taken, it's removed.
that's done, right? No more sidewalk?
But that, again, continual.
No,
and
I
then-
know it's continual, but I'm
just,
trying to
you know,
figure something
yeah,
out here.
Okay, and then in September of 2025, I observed the respondent failed to maintain a temporary outdoor dining setup by placing items
What does that mean?
associated with the setup in the roadway in the furnishing zone, and this is probably.
What does that mean? Just tell me.
I think that means like the busing station.
Okay, so we've
and all
already
of
addressed that,
and
right?
that's What that was like
Okay.
in September.
It's a busing
of this-
station.
of this-
Okay. Okay. There's a-
And so the general so it's the sidewalk seating all over. He's been congesting the sidewalk since he opened without people not being
that's
able to
done,
get
right?
by. Well, who knows if it's done?
No, no.
I mean, I'm just going to say one thing. It was supposed to be done
Okay.
in May. He signed stipulations in May and it was supposed to be done in May and it wasn't done until June.
Okay. I
So
got
the
it, that he
history.
screwed up. I acknowledge that you're saying that he's.
Continually.
Okay, well, we got to stop him, or we have to stop him when it really hurts him later. Okay, so what,
Yes.
I had another question, wait a minute. When does this structure have to come down? Could we agree?
December 7th, and it came down before December 7th.
Okay. Does that sound reasonable to you? December 1st is approximately the date?
They were supposed to stop using it,
Okay.
and we were told by DOT December 1st.
Okay, DOT rules, by DOT rules, right?
But Don is right, DOT did change the rules.
Okay.
Midstream.
Whatever.
Okay, so
It wasn't supposed to be used after December.
I'm trying to
1st.
formulate how I like to
understand.
state this, so I don't mean to point at you. sir. It's got to come down in time, DOT rules, right?
Absolutely. And it did.
No
It
sidewalk.
did, he didn't violate.
I'm not saying he did. I'm listening.
Okay.
Okay, so DOT takedown.
Whatever the date is next year, is the date will be removed by.
Right, and then no waiter stations, no sidewalk.
No, that's gonna end.
No reception, what do you call it? The
Hostess stand.
station.
Yeah.
Okay, and that's it, you're done if you break those rules.
Yes.
Are you capable of doing that?
No.
Yes.
Yes, sorry.
Okay, so what
Sorry,
happens?
sorry.
What happens
Yes.
when a new waitress comes about and she wants to set up a stand because she doesn't know what she's doing? What are you gonna do about that? Are you there?
Yeah, I am. So my name is Philip Guardione.
Yes,
So
sir.
I am Philip Guardione. I am chef owner.
Okay.
So in the day one I opened this business, it's almost 5 in the city. I never moved from this town. I'm from the restaurant.
Yeah.
I start 7 o'clock until 1 o'clock night time.
Okay.
Between 2 5 I stay with my kids.
okay.
So I am there all the time.
Yeah.
The when happened this about the hostess, I do something for enjoy the customer until stay in the door. I want to help the customer.
I got you.
Now the rules change. It's not a big problem for me to remove.
Ms. Raftery represents a board area that has over 2,000 restaurants and bars. So she gets aggravated. You understand that, right?
I understand.
Okay, and I'm not saying whether you did something or not, but it's not, if I'm voting, it's not going to happen again or you're out.
Promise.
Right?
Promise.
Okay, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Do the members have any further?
I just want to, can I just say one thing? This application is for the open street seating, not the
Yes.
road bed and not the sidewalk, but the other
got
place
it.
that he's going to manage. Okay.
The sidewalk.
How many seats is it?
It's 10 tables and 20 seats.
How many seats are inside?
How many seats are inside?
In this location is 22.
22.
Very small location.
Okay, got it.
Very small.
You serve Italian food?
All right, Donald.
All right, so if the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon.
Yeah. I mean, what's troubling here is the history and the applicant or the licensee's account that he just didn't know. It's just belied by the documentary evidence. I mean, the stipulations were signed in May. We have violations issued in June and September, and photographs from December of 2025. So it's impossible for him to argue that he did not.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. What photographs of December 2025? There's no violations then?
Photographs.
We have done nothing wrong in December 2025.
I think we're voting now.
You're correct, and I apologize.
My vote is going
I have a big mouth.
Commissioner Mayor.
Okay, so the other thing that was not mentioned is I'm reading a favorable investigative report. And I'm off by a couple days. I'm off by, the date of the report is different than the date of the visit. So as of late July and August, or late July, they were in full compliance. So here's how I am voting. I am voting to approve, subject to, there's no sidewalk, full compliance with all DOT rules for removal, et cetera, no waiter stations, no hostess station, okay? And I am not making any, of course, I'm not here to make any findings. I am very much listening to Ms. Raftery, so something you've done has been very aggravating to her. And I'm voting to approve subject to those conditions, and if you come back in violation of those, I can't say how I'll vote at the time, but I would be inclined to end this exercise of yours.
You understand?
Okay, so if nobody, I apologize and I respect your position and what you do, but if nobody's kicked your butt about this, I'm kicking your butt right now, like, cut it out.
I understand.
Don't bother that community board. Okay? So that's my vote.
Chair.
All right, I'm gonna vote to deny. I think there's enough here to just say that enough is enough. And when you take advantage of the community, it's not, it is a goodwill that you build with the community. I think everybody here knows that throughout COVID, throughout this explosion of outdoor dining, this agency have not had the capacity to do enforcement action. There was also a different interpretation of the law that kind of barred us from doing anything. It was years of us encouraging and hoping that people would follow the rules and work with their community boards. And the ones that did not do so are now finding that they're in the hot water and in a difficult position because their community boards have been patient and now finally is saying enough is enough. And so I'm going to vote to deny.
Thank you.
All right, so that was it for the community board items. We do have a Spanish interpreter that's been patiently waiting for us. What I have down who needs a Spanish interpreter is number 17, TAUROS Bar and Restaurant Corp. 17. Ms. Interpreter, if you could put your name on the record.
Good afternoon. My name is Aurelia Garcia.
17.
Bob Santana is a representative from my office,
yeah.
and this is the licensee next to me. Ame Kwananami. Last time
What
we
number
were
are we on? We're on number 17.
17. Last time we were here, you asked us, I'm sorry, last time we were here, you asked us to bring her in at the request, and this is why she's here now. Commissioner, can I start with something just?
So let me explain. She's a licensee.
She's a licensee.
¿Tú eres la de la licencia? Yes. Yes, my name is Anaí Kwananemi.
So when you get charged with 4 sale to minor within 5 years, almost by definition, we cancel your license. Do you understand that?
Cancelamos tu licencia, ¿entendiste eso? Sí. Yes.
Do you have any?
The only thing that's to some extent helpful to you is that this in itself was relatively old. I don't know why this took 3 years to get here.
What was the
Does
problem?
council's office have an answer to that?
Yes, yes. I want to give you a brief, because I've known them forever. As a matter of fact, they assigned this to me because I was the one that filed this license approximately close to 10 years ago. And I do remember them because I've stayed in touch with them as a result of these incidents. From 17 to 18 were their horrors. I attribute that to them being new. This is their first business back then. It's a very active area. When I say active, a lot of things on that avenue happen. We try with the security. If you see something there, that worked horribly. If you know, the security was the one on the second matter they had before the authority in charges. He decided it was proper security too. They were bonded, they had their license. They sent, I hate to even say a clown over. He's at the door and he decides he's gonna have his own business. What did he do? They were watching him from the police department. He makes a call. He has someone go there. He comes outside. He's selling controlled substances, which was not even known. He was doing his duties inside, but he was carrying his own duties outside. So he was caught. We explained that to the board. Naturally, we took a fine for $5,000 for failure to properly supervise. They did their best. Thereon, those first 2 years, they also, if you look at well, not that I believe, I'm very familiar with looking at this. This is where all their problems were. They will introduce the ATAP to make their employees take the proper training. She blinks, they make a sale. She comes back again, and this happened consistently, all 3 times, until she finally took matters into her own hand, and she says, well, me and my husband, I don't need the security, because what was he doing? It's a quiet place, we don't have fights. I think they had one fight, 2 girls that came in together, and they were cut off, and they were thrown out, and they decided to take it outside. What I'm trying to say is that they're very hard, very working couple. Unfortunately, now, if you look after 18, they didn't have an incident for 4 years, 4.5 years, almost 5, doing everything properly. In 2022, she gets a call for the reservation, 8 to 10 possibly, doing a little festivity, sometime I believe in November. And she leaves, she runs out because she was missing some, not liquor, because we don't sell liquor there, she only has beer and wine. She's a little short of some Mexican products. So she runs to local places on that avenue, stores up. Guess what happens in an hour and a half or 2? Her main, most trusted employee, Ricardo Costa, that has the training in the Hague, she makes a sale. She comes back, and this is why we're here. That would have been the last one. Since then, I presented an offer to council, and he thought it was a proper offer, and that's why we're here.
It's not a proper offer. There's no way that this is $7,500.
That it was acceptable, not proper. It was acceptable because we were going to wind up here as a result of the times. Since then, she doesn't leave that place for 5 minutes while she's open. She's never had. Her and her husband run this place. On paper, quite frankly.
Security now, no scanners?
No, well, they come in, she knows who's coming. She mostly knows all her clients. Ever since she had that problem with security, she's scared to even hire. I mean, she went through 2 companies already. She even has the names, I verified them. And just the thought of what they did, she started reorganizing everything again. Her husband stays at that door, checks all IDs, and he, quite frankly, if he doesn't like what you look, if he feels that you're rowdy, or he looks into your eyes, he just won't let them in. Now they have a different plan. They're interviewing several securities. Our office, I wish you would have known this before, are actually telling them, try these now, because she needs a security at the door, but there's really no problem other than to check those IDs. He wants to assist her in identifying, making sure you don't have no minors coming in. She wants one last chance. And I know, Commissioner, I know what your feelings were. They're good people. They're trying. I've seen them. They're trying. 10 years, and they started wrong. Everything has been better there. I actually visit them once. I'm not a drinker, so I visit them to eat. I love their tacos. She's been excellent with foods.
It's certainly appreciate how zealously you're vouching for her. What I will concede is that 3 out of these 4 sales happened in 2017 and 2018.
That's correct.
So it's some time away, and then we had the last one in 2022. But, we've heard the story about ATAP before. That hasn't worked. Security would be a good thing. She doesn't want to do that.
We're on that now.
Scanners would help. They're not doing that either. So you've got to give us more than that. I mean, you've got to give us something to have some good faith.
We have a plan now. It also includes everything, but I didn't want to come here and say, here's a piece of paper. I wanted to come here and address these things first and tell you what the plan is. Plan is, she's definitely going to have security now, proper security. We're helping her obtain one, not somebody just coming and saying, well, listen, I belong to this company, because you see the disaster it's caused. She's appalled at the fact that it looks like that was coming from inside. I mean, she took it harder than anybody else, her and her husband, controlled substance. And it was verified by the police department that weren't watching her place. They were watching the individual that was going there, who met the security at the door.
Okay, and scanners?
Scanners, we're talking about scanners, security, her hours operation. She doesn't even go to 1 o'clock. She was opening at 12. Everybody starts coming at 1 or 2 o'clock for lunches and tacos and dinner. And it's not a full-blown restaurant. It's more like a fast food. And she has a good small menu, which unfortunately I didn't bring because I didn't really want to get to this. But they're doing everything over. They're giving the place a makeover, completely with the security, with the scanners. She got a good relationship with the police department, that even comes now.
It's just a restaurant. It's just supposed to be a restaurant, right?
No, it's a wine tavern. It's not a restaurant because she doesn't have a full-blown kitchen, but she has a legalized area for food and prep, which is like a mini kitchen, which is adjacent on the other side of the food counter.
Any DJ?
No DJ. No, she has, the square footage, I remember is 40 feet long from the entrance door.
What's the maximum occupancy?
No more than 50. It's definitely less than 75. And as a matter of fact, 35 to 40 is pretty much calling the office space. I mean,
You're constantly making sales to minors, kind of leads me to believe that, I suspect, I should say, that it might turn into something else other than a restaurant at some point.
That's correct. I attribute that, honestly, Commissioner, to, I guess, her, she's been involved with food operations all her life, but working, not actually administrating. This was their first small place. And this is what happened the first 2 years. It was all these disasters happened the first 2 years. They're a good couple, they're hardworking couple. They have two kids.
All right, so I don't understand. So you came here, you have a case in front of us, and you didn't think that you should put all of these commitments down into writing?
Well, I didn't put in writing, I have to be honest with you. I just came back and the office who had this case felt I was the one that should because I had the most.
Yeah, but you came here 3
experience.
weeks ago and we asked you to bring her. So in the meantime,
Yes,
it didn't
yes, it
occur to you to write down that she planned to hire a security company, that she's committing to fully now again with ATAP training and installing scanners, because she's at the risk of losing her business entirely, and you didn't think you should write this down?
Yes, I did. I didn't write it down, but I didn't want to bring you an empty promise. I actually wanted to adjourn this to the next one because on the record, I asked.
All right, I'm gonna give you one more opportunity. I'm gonna adjourn it to January 28th. She's paid $30,000. I am not comfortable with taking another $30,000.
Commissioner, can I just say one thing before in reference to that? I had asked, the reason I'm here today is I didn't want to change the date, I respect. I knew I didn't have everything because we were discussing the plan and before we implemented it, but I had chosen, Secretary's office gave me 2 dates, January 7th or February
18th.
18th, and I sent it in, but I know what happened because I didn't put it in.
I don't care. Does 128 work for you?
Yes, that's why I.
All right, come back 128. I want all of this in writing. And I probably will counter at 15,000, so you can also decide whether you
will
want
have
to
it.
agree to that.
We'll have that all in detail plan.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner De Leon, you're.
Have a good day.
I would agree, and I would also say that 15,000 is probably also.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part.
I was actually against the bond.
I
But
know.
hearing the story and looking at the dates of the violations, but I would be looking at something like.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Mayor.
I agree with the chair and also now it's.
All right, and if she has managers or anybody that she's disclosed with a PQ, I would bring them as well next time. Who's actually running the business?
Want us
Who's
to
doing
bring them
it?
also? or just-
What?
To bring them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I will.
All right, thank you.
All right, another item that requested an interpreter is number 2, Pinto Restaurant Group LLC. Number 2.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Go ahead.
My name is Izes Egareva from Law Offices of Egareva. This
I'm
case was.
sorry, you got to speak up. I can't hear anything you're saying.
My name is Izes Egareva from the Law Office of Egareva on behalf of Pinto Group Restaurant LLC. This case was previously adjourned to see how my client would do throughout the next 3 months. I believe within those 3 months that he has operated, complied with the license without any incidents. I believe that my client should be able to operate to the hours of 4 a.m. He has complied with the license.
What do you think is in compliance? What time was he supposed to close? Do you know?
So that's where there was a little bit of confusion as I conferred with my client. If you look at the renewal license, the restrictions were actually removed. So there was no restrictions on the license.
How do you think it works? Do you think that at renewal, we remove restrictions?
So that's where my client had the confusion, because on the original license, there was restrictions listed on it. And when we did the renewal, the licenses, the restrictions were completely removed. So my client, there was a little confusion as to whether those restrictions still applied under this current license. But since then, since the last appearance, appearance, my client has completely complied with all the license. There's no incidents. I believe there's no police reports or anything negative regarding my client and his business.
So he found out when he was here last that he's supposed to close at 12 midnight. He knows that, right?
Yes, he knows that now, yes.
Okay. Hold on. Okay.
The license I have it says 12 a.m. closing.
Right.
Unless that license was amended, the license that we have has nothing on it. And we confirmed that with.
Okay, so would it surprise you that there was a visit made on December 19th and that the licensed premises remained open past 12 a.m.?
That would be news to me.
All right.
What date was that?
December 19th. All right, so I think that we've given this licensee many opportunities to get into compliance. The village does not want us to support this. They have written to us multiple times asking us to not support later hours for this business because they're not in compliance. Since council acknowledges that the licensee was told and understood at our last meeting that he's supposed to close at 12, and that whether there was a license saying that, not licensing that, where there's a difference in understanding of facts here. But regardless, even giving you the benefit of the doubt, you understood at our last meeting in August that you're supposed to close at 12. There was a visit made on December 19th that they're now not closed at 12. And there are multiple incidents, police reports that were sent to us in October of 25 showing fights past 12 a.m.
In October or August?
In October. This is other information that the Spring Valley Police have provided to us. With all of that, I think it's sufficient for me to say that I'm going to vote to deny.
Commissioner De Leon.
I adopt those findings by the chair and also vote to deny.
Commissioner Mayor.
I deny.
All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. And that's the last one. Is anyone here for Cache Sports Lounge?
Cache Sports Lounge.
Nope, no one signed in for it. Just wanted to check. That was the last one for a Spanish interpreter. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
All right.
All right. So next is number 6, SRM Holdings 183 Inc.
Mr. Roper, what number did you?
Number 6.
Number 6. Good afternoon, everyone. Robert Romano. I'm here with Charter Ray, who is the principal. We had been at the previous meeting, and you asked us to clarify the finances and update the finances, which we have submitted. We've submitted numbers to you showing you $50,000.
Bank statement.
And bank statement, and I do have, I'm not sure if it was in my.
It showed a balance of $4,900. October 1st, 2025.
There, if you look, she has an income every month. She owns a property It's a two-family property. They live in one half and they rent. I submitted the deed to the
I don't
property.
believe I ever saw a balance much higher than that.
It's in there. It shows, oh, sure.
Page 7.
No, I saw the $5,000 as well. I didn't understand why you were submitting that. I think maybe there's a mistake here.
No, I've submitted what I received from the client. I have, let's see. There's CDs. It's her certificates of deposit. One is $28,534. The other is $7,069.
You're talking about Santander?
These are
Yeah, I
certificates,
see the CDs.
The current balance is 7,900.
but the CDs are a separate fund.
I mean, it's still not really enough. I hate to tell you that, right? Like,
It's a very, it's a very small store and
but
it's,
$40,000 with a $19,000 promissory note is just
it's,
not.
it's 50,000, there's a 15,000, it's actually a $15,000 promissory note. I went through, I updated the documents correctly. I had not filed this originally, but it was showing a 10,000 for installation, 40,000 miscellaneous, and that can include a majority of the inventory. That's certainly enough. There's only, the rent here is what, 2,500, I think?
Yeah.
2,500 a month.
Guys can decide.
You know, for a store filling up 470 feet of retail, I would think even if you had $30,000, it's more than sufficient to commit to retail, and you do get credit.
Okay. All right.
Members have any questions? Are you ready to vote?
Okay, wait. Let's just get cleared up here. I'm looking at page 5 of supplement, which you submitted, Attorney Romano. And I see a bank statement of $28,534. And then 7069, because I did the math. And I have 4922, but I have all question marks. Is somebody else loaning $19,000?
It's actually a 15, I went through it, it had originally put in the application at 19, it's actually 15,000. I looked at the note.
15,000. Could she speak for herself? Is it okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right, ready?
Hi, my name is
Okay.
Shanda.
Hi. 15,000 from who?
Yeah, 15, my nephew gave me 19,000.
What's his name?
Manpreet.
Okay.
He's on the application.
And how are you going to pay him back?
Yeah, I give the money,
No. Is there a schedule to pay him back?
yeah, I give the money every month.
How much?
I give the, little amount.
Okay, is there a note?
There is a note submitted, and it
Okay.
doesn't show.
It's just a demand note?
It's a demand note. There's no.
Okay, so there's $15,000. I checked that off. And now tell me about the rest of your money, please.
I have a 40,000 in
You have
my,
what?
40,000 in my own money in my bank account.
14,000?
40.
40.
Okay, I didn't
think-
see 40.
40,000.
40,000. She has the 27 and the 7.
28 plus 7 is 35, 36 plus 4,
And then she
okay.
has the 5,000.
Okay, I got that.
Yeah.
There it is. 49, 22, 79, 25, 28, okay. So that equals 40,000. And how did you come to, how long did it take you to come up with that money on your own?
What did you say?
In other words, I know what your background is in your employment. How long were you saving to get that $40,000? Where'd you get it from?
Yeah, this is my, I working in the airport. That's
airport,
why I am saving this one,
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd like to also point
All
out.
right, so how much is your first round of inventory going to be?
Me?
Yeah.
This over there is $25.
No, I don't know if.
When you buy the products, how much is it going to
said-
cost you? Do you know?
She said.
What did you say?
When you buy the alcohol for the liquor store, you know, you're trying to open a liquor store, right?
Yes.
When you buy the products, how much is it going to cost you to buy the products? Do you know?
This one is, minimum is 50,000 like
I
that.
can't hear.
Is how much?
Speaking of like a phone.
Yeah. I don't want to touch it, but.
Hello?
Yes, you can pull it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, this one is 50,000 like that.
No, okay. Well,
She
maybe
had
it's-
said 25,000.
You gotta fill up the shelves.
Yeah.
Did you figure out how much it cost to fill up the shelves the first time?
But,
They want to know how much do you intend to spend to buy alcohol?
oh, this one is meaning.
Let me help you. I'm trying to help. We need to know, or at least I want to know that you know what the heck you're about to start doing, because that bears on whether or not
Yeah, this one
you
is.
should be doing it from this board standpoint, okay?
Yeah, this-
So what do you have to invest to put the bottles on the shelf? Did you figure that out?
Yeah.
Okay, and how did you figure that out?
Yeah, this one is 25, 50, 100 like that is all types I put over there.
Okay, and how many different SKUs will you have?
Yeah, I over there is Greek community. I buy over for the Greek wines.
He wants to know how many different products will you buy?
Oh, this one is maybe 150 shelves over there. It's like that.
What did you say?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, this one shelf.
I don't understand. I'm
What?
sorry. How many different products, different types of liquor?
Yeah, over there is maybe 10, 15 types like that.
I don't think, yeah. He wants to know how many different bottles will you buy? How many bottles?
This one is maybe 25, 35 like that.
25, 35?
Yeah.
What?
This one is the lead products over there.
Mhm.
I don't have any other questions.
All right, are the members ready to vote?
Go ahead.
Or De Leon, if you are.
I will say she does have the money.
Well, you know, I'm a little concerned about the money. Some of it, most of it being in a CD. Available. I don't even know if that's enough to start a liquor store, even a store of this size. And the applicant is a cashier at Dunkin' Donuts, doesn't have any experience in this industry whatsoever. I took a look at the proposal, has no terms or anything like that. And fortunately, I don't think the applicant was questions posed to her satisfactorily.
Mr. Maya?
Very difficult for me because I don't have any trouble with the demand note. Don't have any trouble with the bank accounts, 50,000, but I'm sorry that she doesn't seem to, let me put it this way, she doesn't seem to be bringing public convenience and advantage to the environment, which I was hoping to find, because either she doesn't understand me or she doesn't understand something respectfully. She doesn't even know what her inventory is going to be. And I know it was an error probably, but she says that she's gonna have 30 different products. Why do we need a liquor store with only 30 products? So I don't know if you need to retool and come back or something, but that's my little hint. But right now, I don't see enough. I'm sorry.
All right, I vote to deny as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 57E.
Robert Romano again. I'm here. Happy to introduce you to Mr. Victor Cansores, who is the principal. We are here because the premise had previously had an adverse history. Mr. Casares has an impeccable record, having over 38 years of licensing combined with his restaurants. You can ask him any questions that you'd like with
All right,
regard.
this is a temporary permit.
Right.
He's not related to the people with the bad record here.
57E, okay, I'm sorry.
Do you guys have questions?
Wait, let me just pull out my notes.
Yeah, go ahead.
Quick question, what's the maximum occupancy here?
I'm so sorry.
What's the maximum occupancy?
27. Yeah, it's a small
very,
place.
very small. Okay. And how much is gonna go into getting this business started? Finance.
I'm having a hard time.
How much? How much in terms of financing is he gonna put up?
Oh, I believe he's putting it all up. The money that you put into the place. It's a total of, it's a tiny place. The financing, I think it was $29,000 total.
And it's all coming from him?
It's all the money's coming from you. Yeah, he's a successful multi-restaurant.
Okay. And how many other restaurants?
You want to?
We at one point we have like 4, but right now we're only running 2. It's a Veracruz Inc. and White Plains. We got it for 25 years, and we had it over 20 years. You know, with licensed liquor, we have no problem at all. Okay. And we had other Mamano, we got it for 10 years, but we all they've been closed.
Okay.
All right.
He also owns the building next door, which is how he found out about this.
Yeah. No,
very
good.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna vote to approve. The application does not need to come here.
I vote to approve.
Thank you, man.
I also vote to approve.
Approve and the app doesn't have to come back.
No, thank you. As long as the commissioners agree with
You
that.
agree with
I
that?
agree with that, yep.
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you.
So he won't have to come back?
No, he
Oh,
will not have to
great.
come back.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks.
Yep, thank you.
Next is 53, Z Smoke and Convenience Inc.
53.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, members. Phil Dorn, attorney, Pizetsky and Bookman. With me is Rafi Bai. He is the owner of the licensee Z Smoke Inc. and Convenience, Z Smoke and Convenience Inc. We are here before you for a disciplinary matter for a grocery convenience store here in the city that has no prior disciplinary history. The licensee is making a no contest plea, but is asking that the members kindly consider a civil penalty instead of cancel and bond. The history here is that the licensee had prior counsel who put in a CNC offer and did not appear for the CNC full board appearance. With all due respect to the representative, we don't feel that the licensee's efforts to cure the issues were adequately explained in the CNC offer, and so we are here today to do that. There were 3 charges. The 2 main charges were for non-bona fide and for improper conduct. The non-bona fide charge, this is a convenience store that's been licensed for about 7 years. And they had always met the threshold for grocery items in the store. Over time with COVID, that started to slide a little bit where the number of consumer commodities dipped slightly below 50%. They have now totally beefed that up. They've spruced up their offerings, as you'll see in the photos and the floor plans that we submitted, so that they're well over the 50% number.
I don't have anything submitted. Donald, do you have anything?
When did you submit it? I'm going to tell you why. There was something in number 1 or 2 that was misfiled.
We submitted the no contest plea back in June of 25.
Okay.
I have a copy of it here if you'd like.
There's something misfiled.
Oh, yeah.
Did you find it?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, all right, the improper conduct was.
Yeah.
Cannabis, all right.
Are the members ready to vote?
Where are you guys at?
I was at 10.
I'm at 12.5, where are you at?
I was at 10.
Is it
We're at
10,000?
10,000.
10,000.
Is that voted on?
Yeah,
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Okay, next is number 5, 500 Grados Mexican Grill Inc.
Yes, yeah.
Good afternoon. My name is Joe Pineda.
Okay, what's the numbers?
Number 5.
5, okay. Okay. Already on this one.
All right, so this used to be a nightclub, but you're not running a nightclub, right?
No, it's a family restaurant.
You're running a restaurant because you have a bunch of other Mexican restaurants.
Well, I only have two.
Yeah, that's a bunch. All right.
I heard the other guy has 17 restaurants.
Oh. You know, it doesn't mean anything.
Okay.
But this used to be a nightclub and now you're changing it. I'm looking at one of the photos and it kind of looks like you still have a DJ booth in there or something that could be a DJ booth. How much of a change did you make here? Did you do anything physical to change it?
Yeah, of course. That's it's a brick like what the DA used to be. So it's a big deal to take that out. So we're not using it anyway, you know. So we can use it for storage.
And I mean, you got the tables there, but
yeah, we
and
have.
this is a big place, right? It's a maximum
I
occupancy.
mean,
It's a maximum occupancy of 250 people. That's a big
how many?
place. 250?
No, it used to be 425, but for club, you know, people standing
Right.
with tables a lot less. Maybe I haven't get this year yet. Spending. Maybe I'll get like 120 people. We put a kitchen in there, and that took a whole lot of space.
Yeah, I mean.
There was no kitchen before.
What I'm concerned about, and you can address it, right, is that you had a nightclub. It's a big space. You turned it into a restaurant.
Yeah.
To make money for that larger space as a restaurant, you're gonna have to do very, very well.
It's not as big anymore because there was no kitchen there before. And now that we put a kitchen, it reduced the space very much. Yeah.
Okay, and obviously the reason you don't want to be a nightclub anymore is because there were a lot of problems there.
Yeah. We don't want to run no nightclubs no more.
The community board gave you a waiver?
Yeah, we're all good. The mayor, last time we were here, we brought a letter from the mayor that he's happy for us to be there as a restaurant.
So the stipulations are no dancing, no DJ, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events.
Yeah.
2 a.m. close.
Yeah.
And acoustic band only.
Yeah, we haven't had one yet, but
Right, but you
maybe
can do mariachi.
once in a while, maybe.
Is that okay with you?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay.
I could see this convert. Okay.
All right.
All right, just be a restaurant, don't be a nightclub, okay?
Thank you.
So wait, so
Wait, hold on. We haven't voted yet.
vote to. All right, so if the members are ready to vote, Commissioner De Leon, or do you want the chair to vote first with her
No, it's okay.
stipulations?
No, he can vote.
Did you put the steps on the record?
Yeah, well, I just said them. It's 2 a.m.
Okay.
No dancing, no DJ, no third. You know what? I'm not gonna say no dancing. I'm just gonna say no DJ, no third-party promoters, no ticketed events. Do you
Okay.
understand what that means, right?
Yes.
If the diners get happy and get up dancing, I'm gonna be okay with that. And you're allowed to have live acoustic band.
Okay.
Not like a large band, but just, something that you can move around the restaurant, okay?
Okay.
That's a pretty good deal.
And it's gonna be 2 a.m. across the board.
Sure.
All right,
Okay.
I'm gonna vote to approve.
You could turn this into a nightclub in not even 30 minutes. So please don't do that. All right?
Yeah, I understand.
I vote to approve with the conditions that were placed on the record by
All
the
right.
chair.
All right, Commissioner Maya?
Approved for the chair.
All right, we good now?
All right, yes,
Thank
you're
you.
good now.
Thank you so
sir.
much. Thank you.
Next is number 20, Lakeside Drive West LLC.
20.
Number 20.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hi.
My name is Chris O'Malley. I am one of the applicants,
Raquel Diaz? Hello?
the other applicant.
Ma'am, do you have a relationship with, is it Lucian File?
No, that was my old partner,
Okay.
Jamie.
No. Lucian was the founder of the business
Okay,
approximately 30 years ago. He passed away probably 20 years ago.
okay.
2007.
And then Jamie was his sister. This business has been going for about 30 years. She's been running it.
24.
And
Who's the
Raquel was
previous licensee?
Jamie File. But she had, she didn't update her paperwork. I think he was dead for like 15
Okay,
years.
and do you reside with Jamie File?
No,
No?
no.
So who resides with the previous principal?
Right. Do you reside with anybody who used to be previously on the license for that establishment?
I resided at his old address when the owner passed away
With Lucian?
with Christopher, yeah, Lucian File, correct.
Just to clarify, questions about that. Chris lived at this address on Lubbock Street, a very small neighborhood, Forest Hills. I'm sure you guys know it. Chris is a friend of mine. When he passed, his sister lived there. She lives in Long Beach. She's probably lived there for 20 years. She never updated addresses or anything. Raquel's been living there. She's actually moving next week, but she's been living there for how many years?
Are you guys somehow related to each other, or you just happen to be living at the same address, which is like,
They were never
no matter
living.
how small a community, it's unusual.
No, they were never living at the same address. It was just, in fact, before Chris File lived there, my friend Tommy Davis lived there. It was just one of those rental houses that people, in the neighborhood. You never lived with Jamie together, right?
I moved in when he passed away to help keep running the business. She has since suffered 2 strokes, Jamie, the sister.
Okay.
Okay.
Who's Lucian?
Lucian is
first
Chris,
founder.
Chris Lucian File. The name of the business was originally Lucian's.
So
and then
who
changed it.
surrendered the license?
Jamie.
And why is that?
So, yeah. Jamie, again, friend of mine from the neighborhood, I always told her, if you're ever ready to move on from this place, it's a really kind of kitschy type of place.
Community.
Said, come to me. We're not going to change anything. We're not going to fire anybody. We're just going to keep it going. And she came to me last summer. She'd had 2 strokes. She's actually an EMT. She'd had 2 strokes. She's not super healthy. She was falling behind on everything. And she just said, it's time if you still want to do this. And I said, all right, I would actually really like to do this. So we came up with an agreement and.
And we've been fighting ever since.
So she's my partner and I took the majority share.
Okay, so the 2 of you are together.
We're together as partners, as owners, yes.
Right.
Okay, but not like
No,
in private life together. Okay. I'm sorry, just when it comes up, people living with people, then we.
no, understood. No, I'm married. I have 3 kids. I live a couple blocks from the restaurant and she has a long-term boyfriend.
Also a child.
Thanks.
One of the things that the ALJ noted was that the exact hours that you would be in operation weren't noted. Can you give us those?
Yeah, so, and that's, I was putting this together. I've never submitted one of these before. So I put it together. I was talking to Jamie, maybe not asking the question the right way. The way we operate is Monday through Thursday, through Friday, kitchen closes at 9:45.
9:45, correct.
And we say we're open till 11. Sometimes it goes a little later, never open past midnight. Friday, Saturday, kitchen's open a little later.
No, the kitchen, no, it closes at 9:45 still, but we open earlier for brunch on Saturday and Sunday.
On Saturday, Sunday.
What time do you close Friday, Saturday?
Friday, Saturday, we close the kitchen. Once the kitchen's closed, people, we're not the real rock stars, the bartenders. The kitchen is, I would say 11:30, 12.
And then
I always
Sundays?
say nothing good happens after midnight.
Yeah,
So true.
Generally at 11, we're emptying out. There's a small bar. People come in anytime after 10:30. We tell them we've had last call already. That's not the crowd
The
that
surrounding
we service.
businesses follow the same suit as well, because it's an incorporated village.
Nice. So is 12 o'clock good across the board?
Yeah.
12 would be perfect, yeah.
Yes.
Do you need to have food the entire time?
Right.
The kitchen needs to be open.
Yeah.
It's a restaurant.
Kitchen needs to be
Be
open until,
the whole time.
Since you're
open.
applying for a restaurant, you have to operate as a restaurant, which
I would love
require
for
the
them to
full.
stay open later, yeah.
So you have to adjust the hours
Okay.
some way like that. But the restaurant should be open, even as like a limited capacity with you having
For entrees.
for entrees and stuff like that.
Okay.
But it needs to be.
So how does that work? Like if I go into a restaurant and I'm part of their last service, right? And I'm finishing my meal, their kitchen's not cooking meals for people who come in
I
at
mean, are
that
they-
time.
They're kind of just finishing up. I mean, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Right.
As long as people are not coming in after that time and sitting down and having.
No,
a
they're
drink
not.
with no food.
I mean, it'd be like you said, your kitchen closes at 9:45, but yet your bar is open till midnight. That's not good.
That's not gonna
And,
work.
and
It's not
the kitchen staff now, they have to, they have to clean the kitchen every night. They've got to scrub down. It's a very small kitchen that they produce a lot out of. So, I mean, they're probably there for another hour.
Yeah, if
After
last
we've stopped
orders go
service.
out and you're serving the people that are sitting at the tables and not allowing others to come in and just have a drink, then that's okay. So last orders.
Yeah.
Like 9:45.
Yeah, but they shouldn't linger much past that,
Okay.
for, alcohol, and they should kind of be finishing up their dinner, their meal, and leaving.
I would say 11 probably. We kind of want to be closed then anyway,
Is there another bar on the second floor?
No.
No,
No?
no.
No, we're in a co-op. It's the first floor, and then we have basement storage space, but the entire establishment, except for the bathrooms, are on the first floor.
And there's no sidewalk,
So that was something you'll see we submitted, and then we pulled it. And the story with that is, so our landlord is fantastic, and the neighborhood's fantastic, and the co-op's fantastic. They want outdoor seating. We're in a town square. So we submitted, he said it's ours, our space, it's part of your lease. And I don't really think it is, but you don't have a survey, they don't have a survey. The Gardens Corporation, that's the homeowner association, they have a very difficult litigious board. Not to get into too much detail, but they sued the stadium in the neighborhood, they sued the police department, they kicked the police out of the neighborhood. We just spent like the last 9 months actually toppling that board, and there's a new board, and they're coming to us saying, we want, uniform, maybe amongst the restaurants. So we are, because I didn't want you to think that we pulled it and then we were going to do it again.
No, I just
We
wanted to.
we
I
are
wanted
going to
make sure
submit.
that you knew that if you had a second bar, or if you're gonna do the sidewalk, that it has to be licensed.
Yeah, we're going to submit, and I know we have to do the community board again and all that stuff. We're going to submit for like, I don't know, 6 seats, 8 seats, something like that outside.
3 deuces.
Oh. Okay.
Members ready to vote?
Anybody else is?
Yep.
I'm okay. Yeah, I vote to approve. I believe you said midnight across the board?
Midnight would be great, but that means that we have to have the chefs there till midnight.
It closed earlier.
No, as.
I don't like wasting electricity.
Well, no, here's what I would say, and here's why I ask, is because 11 is great for us. I don't want to get like that notice that one night the people who were eating at the bar stayed till 11:20 and we're in violation.
Finishing a game,
So
watching.
we would take 12. Generally, we won't use it. In fact, I think if you look, there was a visit and they came back at like 11:15 or 11:30. This was just last month and we were already closed. So, and that was on a Thursday night.
Are you gonna have any music, recorded music, DJ, anything?
No, very small
No, we're
space.
Very small? No
Really
live
small.
entertainment, no nothing?
No.
9 deuces on top, 8 seats on the bottom. Small.
Yeah,
We're closed for private events?
We do not, but we would like to. So that's something I'm coming in, kind of reinvigorating this business. We have to put a lot of money into a ventilation system. We put in a new grill, stuff like that. So, as it goes, yeah, but we haven't really thought about it too much.
Okay, well,
Relationship's still kind of new.
I don't know, what's a good number? 1 a month?
2 a month.
2 a month, 24?
Say that again?
24 private events?
24 private events? Oh, that would be more than enough. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you here.
Some fun.
If we could do 24 private
Anything
events.
else?
I'm okay.
Okay, so
I don't know if they.
Commissioner
my
Mayo?
colleagues-
I'm good.
Yeah, I'm good.
So approved with a 12 a.m. closing and 24 private events a year.
Yep.
Right.
Yep, recorded music only, security guard is needed. No third-party promoters, no ticketed events.
And you said security guard as needed.
As
As needed. You don't need it, but if you happen to need a security guard.
No, we have an ID checker when there are concerts around the corner at the door.
Okay, you
Yeah.
sure you want 12 midnight, right? Because it's a whole song and dance if you need to extend, if you do well.
We don't need to extend.
don't
We
need to
definitely
extend.
don't, yeah.
It's
I
fine.
don't want to extend.
I love
Okay.
this
Too
company.
old for that.
I wish everybody is like you.
I love
No,
it.
it's right in the heart of the neighborhood. People come at 5 o'clock. And, yeah.
Yeah, it's right
Yeah,
now.
I've been by there.
Steps
We
from the
know a
lot.
lot about the stadium.
And Commissioner De Leon, you're okay with the added steps from the
I
chair?
am okay.
And Commissioner Mayo, you too?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Good luck, guys.
That's it?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And when we do submit for outdoor, we come back, or is that something that's done?
If your community board is okay with it, we don't have you come back. The hoopla that you saw there, it's very unusual.
Great, thank you all, appreciate it.
Thanks.
All right, bye-bye.
Thanks.
Next is 57F, Sabana, BUEY, Para, El Mundo Corp. Who applied for that?
Oh, there he is. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Guillermo. I'm the accountant of the business and the expediter. The owner is not here because she have an emergency in DR and she had to travel. She's coming today, this afternoon.
Okay, I don't have a problem with this. Do you guys have a problem? Do you
No,
have
I
questions? All right, I'm gonna vote to approve this temporary and the actual license doesn't need to come back. Do you have questions? I'm sorry.
I have something here about conflicting info regarding finances.
That was for the previous.
That's the previous license?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right, does not appear to be a connection. All right, I mean, she's not here, and I would certainly ask her some questions. I already made my record about temporary licenses and the financings and the concerns that I have there. I'll vote to approve and adopt those, that statement that I made. I think it was on 057I and 057J in this matter. So you're approved. You're approved.
And you don't want the main license, doesn't have to come back to the full board, right?
No.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, did you vote?
I vote to approve.
I thought you did. I heard you.
Okay.
Throwing out things. All right. Next is 31, Gato Verde Sports Bar Corp. 31.
Lolo.
31.
Good afternoon, my name is Frank Bololo, I have with me.
Armando Centeno.
So an offer before you, Commissioner De Leon. The battery blew out in the emergency light that night. We have since fixed it. It's 3.5 years ago, and we've had no issues at the premises, obviously.
I'm fine with the offer, 2,000, I'm fine.
I'll be clear on those
I appreciate it.
emergency exit.
It's 2.5 years ago, right?
Is it 2.5?
Yes, it was May of.
It'll be 3 in May, yes.
I'm good. 2000.
I'm good, 2,000.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 57C, Patisserie des Ambassadeurs LLC. I screwed
7.
all over.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year, members of the authority, Chair Fan, Commissioner De Leon and Maya and everyone else. I'm here with Farfal from Patisserie. Well, I wanted to start, the applicant is here under extraordinary circumstances today. His son was run over and he's for the last month, we didn't come sooner because for the last month, he's been in the hospital, he's still in a coma. So this is a tavern wine license on the corner, on the corner of Lenox. And I just wanted to add that he had filed 6 or 7 applications in the past with the liquor authority, and he did it without representation. One of them he successfully ran without any violations, and it's a full liquor license. That's 547 Lennox Barbecue Restaurant Corp. The other applications were denied on technicalities because he never answered the deficiency, and he has some particular issues with that error, and I'll let him explain fully, but the applicant filed multiple liquor licenses without the benefit of professional guidance and demonstrably lacked the requisite experience to properly prepare and manage those filings. As reflected in the authority's record, the authority even recognized that he was doing too much, he was overextended. He was managing multiple locations, and really, I think he understands now, even with this application, it is one application for a lesser classification of license as a tavern wine, not full liquor, and in the area that he knows. He had 2 disciplinary proceedings on 2 of the licenses, but he has time and rehabilitation. He commits to ATAPing and certifying his staff, and he would be running it with his son if his son wasn't in the hospital right now. I like this applicant. He's honestly going to present himself to the members of the authority, and I think that this is a licensee worth licensing because he's really not had the benefit of running these things properly the way it should. And if I permit a moment for the applicant to present himself and explain the circumstances.
Hi, my name is Farah Fall, and originally from Africa. I came here 24 years ago, been running businesses in Harlem. Actually, to Ariel, I filed 5 successful licenses with the State Liquor Authority. And the one that Harlem Prime that was denied a few times, I had a situation with my landlord that the document that was requested by the examiner was not provided by my landlord. So, and also I had my bar being harassed by the police, especially the 32nd precinct. And while all the bar was getting free passes. And so I had enough. I had 5 places was running them. And then COVID hit also. That's why I just, at some point I had enough. And then the places that I have there for 20 some years, the landlord was really giving me a hard time, wanted more money. And then at some point I just feel like it wasn't worth it for me to keep doing it. And now I decided to, with the rent increase, with the new location, that it's a less of a rent, but with also the expenses, all that, I feel like, okay, I need a beer and wine license so then I can stay in business. Yeah.
Also, in that area, that's like Little Africa, I call it, in Harlem, and he opened up those spots. And now they pushed them out. In addition, he was part of that group of people who was being harassed for bribery during that time. And he checked out and he didn't finish the application. He was just not present in terms of the filing of these applications because he was managing and trying to get through these businesses. I asked for an opportunity for the owner today. No serious incidents happened at these locations that had an issue. And I think he came in with a lower classification. He's going to be, we're asking for our temp to be granted, or even the final license to be granted, but his application is complete. And there were some pages that didn't have some of the license. He couldn't remember. I asked him 100 times to tell me where, and we looked it up and 100 times. And then when we saw this, I said, well, what about these licenses? We have corrected, we added the 2 licenses that were missing on his application, and we have updated it, we sent it in. And I think an opportunity, if I'm in the spirit of Chair Fan today, an opportunity should be granted on a lower level classification. He's not looking here to run, and he's even midnight closing. He's a hamburger shop. He's not looking to break the bank, but he does need the wine and beer just to survive.
How many licenses does he have now? Does he have 3? He has none.
No, nothing.
Let me just tell you what I had. 2 previous cancellations, non-bona fide, and extensive adverse history, and a disapproval on July 14, 2021 found not to be in the public interest. 6 disapprovals for failing to provide required documents.
Yes.
Despite 3 active licenses, said he would be on premises 7 days a week, 10 hours per day. Did not disclose prior cancellations or disapprovals. Is proposing 5 employees that he would manage, recorded music, DJ, jukebox, karaoke, and live acoustic music. Then you added the ATP today. That's the record I have today. Is that, because you're kind of telling me that that record is not accurate?
The record is accurate in the disapprovals because he never completed an application. So it got disapproved. And then when he did add something to the application, it was wrong. He did it all himself while managing the locations. And
What about the cancellations and the adverse history?
there's a cancellation there for adverse history. He never even addressed it. So he wasn't, we're not coming here saying, oh my God, give us a pass. We're saying that this was improperly handled. And he was overextended. And I think even in your commentaries as the members of the authority, you even say it, he was overextended at the time. He's looking for a lower classification, midnight closing. We can remove the DJ card. He doesn't.
I don't need that.
He doesn't need that. It's a small location, and we're not looking to break the bank. But without a wine and beer in that area, it just doesn't work because even a beer helps these restaurants with the bottom line.
Their licensee at 2190 Frederick Douglass?
No.
All right, so.
Is there, well, just the record seems to show.
But I think they closed.
Oh, that's misused. Is there a license, is that address licensed to anyone? Yeah, that's on page 34, I think.
Yeah, I think by Amir Yassif, and we're processing the abandoned license protocol because we've asked the landlord where the guy.
Oh, there's an
it's closed.
abandoned license?
Yeah, they say it was closed for like a couple of months and he's
Okay.
gone. He's not, there's no license. We're not.
He's not dealing with that gentleman.
No,
He's
no,
not-
and we don't sell, we're not selling any alcohol.
All right,
There's
okay.
not even,
Okay.
those type of refrigerators. He just opened like last
My
week.
question is satisfied.
All right, so to answer your question, I did look at the disciplinary history. It was a cancellation based on non-bona fide. So I didn't go look at the actual records, but non-bona fide cancellation sometimes could be that they had closed and then, and then our delegation is cancel and bond. And then he had a bunch of disciplinary that kept coming back for this one place that I felt like was really just poorly managed. Like if he had a different representation or different approach to managing that, he probably wouldn't have ended up in cancellation for that other business. So
Sloppy.
it was just, again, like you create a track record here. When you slow years of sloppiness, it's going to come back and bite you. And I hope this is a change of direction here for you. So this is a temp, so you're really going to be on a short leash here. It's a beer and wine. We can put stipulations around it, Commissioner, if you feel more comfortable,
No,
but we will check. And if you're not in compliance, you're not going to get your actual license. But I hope that this is going to be a change for you.
I have no problem with that. I would accept the removal of the DJ and the karaoke. He says he doesn't need that. And I appreciate the chair looking up the history. So I'll vote to approve with those conditions.
Commissioner Meyer?
I approve of those conditions.
I approve as well, and I want the actual application to come back here, please.
Perfect,
Come back again.
perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good luck, sir.
Thank you.
All right, if you have questions, just call her, okay? She's gonna help you out.
I have the next one, Chair Fan.
Okay, what's up?
44 El RINCONCITO Ranchero Restaurant Court.
So the
Wait,
board.
wait,
oh,
what
sorry.
number is that?
44.
Hang on a minute, let me catch up. 44. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay,
We just find the fine to be excessive, even
where's
if.
your client? You can come back with your client.
Okay, put it for the 28th?
Yeah,
The
the
28th, right?
28th.
Yeah.
So over to 128. Be okay with that, commissioners?
Yes, I am.
Thank you, everyone.
Commissioner Maya?
Have a good day.
Yeah, I'm good for 128.
Next is number 3, LANFRANCO Family LLC.
Good afternoon. Joseph Levy here on behalf of the licensee and applicant in this instance. The application before you was originally an application to change the method of operation to extend the operating hours for 2 hours. The history here, as we've put in our papers, is we went to the community board last year. The community board agreed to it. We signed and countersigned our stipulations, yet the resolution that made its way to the liquor authority did not change our hours whatsoever. We flagged this as an issue with the community board. They indicated they had no mechanism to change it, so we decided to go back to the community board in an effort to basically rehear the matter and come to an agreement. And the board was unwilling to make the same deal they had previously. However, we made a different deal, and that's been approved, and that resolution matches the new STIPs that were signed. And that, I believe, is in your possession as well. So the community board is on board with these new hours, and that's just some of the procedural history for you.
Members have any questions?
There's a few here. Okay, so you have an agreement with the community board.
Yeah, well, we had 2, but we have 1 now that we're both acknowledging.
It's Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m., right?
Correct. I think is it Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
No, I
no,
have
just Friday,
Sunday to
Saturday.
Thursday, 2
Yep, you're
a.m.,
correct.
Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m.
Correct.
And when did you come to that agreement with the community board?
You know, I had to dig around in the letter that they wrote, but that we got a community board letter stating that as the.
Yeah, I have a copy of it here if you'd like. It was the October 29th was the resolution of 2025. With those hours, again, back in 2024, we went to the board meeting. We are currently operating at 2 a.m. 7 days a week. We asked to extend till 4 on the weekends. They said, yes, we have countersigned STIPs. The resolution that made its way to you guys said 2 a.m. across the board, which is what we already had, which makes no sense. We flagged it as a ministerial error. We asked them to change it. They said they couldn't. We went back to the board meeting. They said they don't want to agree to 4. And if they did that previously, they don't want to do it anymore.
Do they agree to a dancing?
I don't think we asked for dancing. I think we said that there'd be some live music from time to time, but I don't believe we asked for dancing.
And is there a back room there?
Yes, so the setup is basically there's a little pizza store in the front, and then there's a more of a like a quote unquote speakeasy type thing in the back, which is different food and a bar area.
And so you were supposed to close at 2 a.m.
Correct.
We did a visit there in September. Cover charge was charged to get into the back room. There was music playing, people dancing, DJ. The method of operation only says recorded music, live jazz, and no dancing. Bartender said you guys closed at 3 a.m. when you were supposed to close at 2. Now you have an agreement. This is before you came to an agreement with the community board. So what exactly is the community board agreement?
It's 2 a.m. as it had been,
right,
Sunday through Thursday, right, and 3 a.m. Friday and Saturday nights.
Okay. And no dancing, right?
I'm not aware of any dancing.
Okay, and you want to go beyond that? You want to go to 4 a.m.? Is that what you said?
No, we're
you go with that?
We're happy to
Oh,
take
okay.
the agreement that we negotiated with the community board the second time, just in the interest of moving this forward.
Then I'm fine with that.
All right, I'm gonna vote to approve with Sunday to Thursday, 2 a.m., Friday, Saturday, 3 a.m. DJ recorded live jazz. No third-party promoters. No private events?
There are some.
There are private events?
Yeah, there are some.
Private events.
But it's not like a buyout
As listed.
situation as a regular course of business.
Okay. There are some private events. How many?
Say 12?
12 private events, no third-party promoters.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann.
Yeah, for the chair, all the stipulations I approve.
And Commissioner De Leon, you're okay with it?
Same here, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Good day.
Thanks.
Next is number 12, NYMEX Food Corp.
Good afternoon, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee. This is an offer of compromise to resolve the charge. In this case, they went out of business and they didn't immediately surrender the license. They understand their error, it has been surrendered, and there's an offer of compromise of $1,500 civil penalty.
All right, so I will accept 1,500.
1,500.
Commissioner De Leon.
I'm also going to direct counsel's office and licensing and staff to actually take a look at delegation 181119. I do think that maybe we should reconsider the penalty for a non-bona fide. When a license is surrendered, then we add a cancel and bond, and I think I think we need to take a look at that. Let's just leave it at that and have a discussion internally about whether that's appropriate or not, and maybe we should draft a new delegation that more reflects the conditions of the situation, because, you know, there are people that are non-bona fide and surrendered because they have pending action. That's bad, but if someone just closed, I don't think that we need to add a cancellation to erode the record of an individual that just closed their business, and then sometimes they don't know that they got a cancellation because by that time the business is closed and they don't even know that they are now having a cancellation. And I think over the past 8 years, that's probably the confusion that keeps coming up when people end up here and they don't need to be here. So let's take a look at that.
All right. Next is 38, Double J Operations LLC.
Again, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the
What number?
licensee.
38.
This is an offer of compromise that was submitted to you after discussions with counsel's office. I'll answer any questions you might have, if you have any questions on this.
My only question that I had was the
Yes.
file for the assumed name.
Yeah, that's actually interesting.
I'm going to tell you, just to let you know, it was not on the database for the Department of State today when I looked.
Well, interestingly enough, I submitted, because I got an email yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
Or yesterday morning asking me about this issue, and I sent an email yesterday afternoon to the authority. When the application was originally approved, we had known we were changing the name, and when we picked up the license, we submitted the new trade name and the amended page, which I submitted onto the authority. Nobody realized that the wrong name was printed on the license, and I do have for you here, if you want it, the Secretary of State's approval of that trade name.
Okay. Wait a minute, wait, you actually sent in a certificate of assumed name?
Yeah.
So he
Yes.
sent it, so I got it at like last night, 5 o'clock.
Yeah, late, because I didn't get back
So
to
I
you.
got it late.
I'm taking you at your statement, but I just want to see what that looks like because I do a lot of this. Let me just see this. I just want to see what they sent you. Okay, wow. Okay, this was not, I didn't find that this morning. Okay, good.
And I can leave this with licensing.
I don't need
Or you
that.
have a copy, yes, and yes.
I have the copy. I don't know. Do you want it, Maureen?
I don't need it because I have it.
Yeah, that looks like a, yeah, okay. No, it just looks like it seems to me that the database is just behind you. I just wanted to know how you did it because
If anyone else wants it.
Yeah.
I'm looking to find new ways to be faster myself. Okay. Okay, thank you. I didn't look closely enough.
All right, so this is
So what do you want the data?
probably low. Where are you at?
The offer was 25. I'll take 25.
All right,
I'm at 25.
all right, 25 is fine.
So you're accepting? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Accepting. Okay. Next is number 18, McSully Enterprises, Inc.
18.
I apologize. I would normally have my client, sorry, Terrence Flynn on behalf of the licensee, my client with me. I contacted Secretary's office as soon as I found out. He was admitted to ICU at Stony Brook, Southampton Hospital on Monday afternoon. He is still in the hospital. They expect that if everything goes right, they'll be able to release him after the weekend. I asked that you just put this over so I can bring him on the 28th, as he was intending to be here and wanted to be here.
That's fine, 128, thank you.
128.
Thank you all very much, and Happy New Year to everybody.
Commissioner May, you okay with that?
Yes, 128, thank you.
Next is 35, Taste of the City Lounge.
Good afternoon, members of the authority. Argelio Rodriguez here for Taste of the City Lounge Inc.
Sorry, what number is this?
38, no.
35.
And this is a CNC for cancel and bond.
Right. This is
Yeah,
with the
cancel and-
shooting place.
I'll
yeah.
accept.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Thank you, and Happy New Year to all.
Thanks, Happy New Year.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, there's no other items signed in. So number 1 has been withdrawn by the applicant, that application. Number 4 is an offer of 5,000.
I'm gonna counter at 8,000.
8,000.
8,000.
Number 8 has been held over to the January 28th full board meeting.
28.
Number 13's also been held over to January 28th. They are meeting with the community board, so hopefully
What
we'll
number
get
did you just state?
13.
Number 13.
13.
Where that was 8.
Oh, wait, okay, wait.
So 8's been held over.
Right.
So 8 has been over to January 28th.
And 13.
And 13 also.
13 is 128.
19 is a request for reconsideration.
Council says
No,
no.
I mean, they didn't even come. I'm gonna go to deny.
Deny.
Commissioner Maya.
Deny.
22 is a no contest default at pleading.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Yeah, cancel and bond.
Okay. 23's been held over to April 7th. Licensee's giving birth.
April 7th.
Wait a minute, wait.
Is that okay?
Could you state that again? 23 is 4/7?
Yeah.
Okay, 4/7.
April 7, I mean, are we not taking these conditions? I mean, this is all conditions. I'm just gonna take it. I don't know why we're holding this over.
Okay. If you told Mr.
But-
Dorn that it was adjourned already, if you want to bring it back on 128, we can. Would you want me to do that?
That's fine, 128.
Okay.
I'm not holding this open until April 7. Obviously, if she's not coming here, she's also maybe not running the business.
So 128, is that okay? Commissioner?
Yeah, that's fine.
Commissioner Mayo. 26 and 27 is an offer of 4,000.
Excuse me. This is with the hidden rooms, gambling, 2 machines with people
All right,
drinking.
I'm
beer.
gonna counter at 7,000.
7,000.
Yeah, I'll go 7.
29 is a request for reconsideration.
1 second on this one. Give me a second on this to catch you. I gotta look up one thing here.
I don't know, they need to come in.
Okay, if you want them to come in, I'll go with that too.
They need to come in.
All right, so what are you doing? 128?
I think so. Unless you guys want to just agree to it.
No,
No, I'm not gonna.
probably deny it.
We put 8,000 on this, right?
Want them to come in, we'll come in.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know, maybe just take the 8,000, right? Because they didn't pay it. Sorry, I misread this. So I'll accept the 8,000. I'm gonna grant reconsideration and accept 8,000. I'm sorry.
Okay, 8,000.
8,000.
Okay. Look at that again. 30 is an offer for 2,500.
Oh, wait a minute, wait.
I'm
Oh,
going
yeah.
to counter at 5.
I am good at 25.
Want to go 5? I'll go 5.
You got it?
Yeah, counter at 5.
You're okay at accepting.
I was okay with their offer.
Okay.
Yeah.
33 is an offer of 2,500.
I'm gonna lower this to 1,500. The commissioners will agree.
I'll go 15.
Mr. De Leon.
I'm sorry I jumped too quick on that. I voted out of turn.
20 extra people spending $40 adds up to $800 additional gross revenue.
They are licensed more than, but I mean, with no adverse history, and they do have.
Right.
But you can lower it from 2,000 to 1,500 for a license. Some executive order violation.
Yeah, I mean, what I got here is these money generated through increased foot traffic and customer retention. There could be also a small illegal house cut. Keeps customers seated for 3 to 4 hours during the game. 20 extra people spending $40 adds up to 800. All right, so it's minus 500. I'll do 2,000.
Okay, if the chair said 1,500, I'll stay at 1,500.
Okay. 34 is an offer of 8,500.
I'm countering at 12,000.
Mr. De
Yeah, a bunch of highly intoxicated people here selling. Okay, so what did you say?
12,000.
12,000.
Mr. Mayor.
12,000.
36 is an offer of 12,500.
Oh, that's too high.
Cannabis concentrate. $25 for each.
12,500 is fine.
Okay, 12,500 on their,
Favorite baked products.
12,500 on their offer.
12.5 is fine.
Okay. 37 is an offer of 4,500.
I'll accept 45.
Okay, 45.
Commissioner De Leon.
Bought them through WhatsApp. All right, I'll take 4,500.
39's been adjourned to February 18th. Attorney's on trial. 40 is an offer of 1,000.
I'll accept 1,000.
1,000.
Go ahead, first offense. SLA offer, 1,000.
41 is an offer of 3,500.
I think this was a misunderstanding. I'm gonna lower this to 1,500.
Operating a food, coffee and food counter inside the licensed system premises. Said they lease the space to the coffee seller.
At 1,500?
Yeah.
All transactions are separate and alcohol. All right, I'll go 1,500.
Mr. Mayor.
1,500.
43 is an offer of 5,000.
5,000.
Okay, 5,000.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, 5,000.
45 is an offer of 3,500.
3,500.
3,500.
Mr. Mayor.
I wanted to go much lower on this one. Owing to the length of the license and their, I was at 1,000, so I'll stay at 1,000.
Okay. 46 is an offer of cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Cancel and bond.
Got it? Cancel and bond.
47 is an offer of 2,000.
2,000.
I don't like these, the facts of this case creating a
Shot himself.
transmogrifying someone into a security guard or not. If they offer 2,000, I'll take their offer.
I don't like, patron shot himself with a handgun.
Yeah.
Within licensed premise, doorman who watched the door, not a licensed security guard.
Can I, is it too late, is it too late?
How do you know that?
Because the facts are that his friend has.
Fine.
Well, let's not display
That's
firearm in the
It
public.
just was kind of vague, so it was
All
important
right.
to know what were the circumstances.
Is there any way I could still vote, or is my vote cast in stone already?
No, you can change it.
Okay, then I was at dismissal, actually.
Yeah, there's something about
And I
this.
think that I just said that because they made the offer, but I'd rather dismiss that
All
one.
right, so Commissioner De Leon.
And how do we know those facts, Shannon? Okay, and she spoke with, or he spoke with?
I spoke with the prosecutor of the case, which was Andrew.
Yeah.
So that's not relevant, it was just because the memo didn't say, it just said patron shot, so I wanted to know.
Right, yeah, of course. Right.
That's unrelated to the security guard. I wasn't involved in the shooting, obviously.
I don't know.
And in the course of that, we learned it was an unregistered.
Right. I'll go 5.
Oh, well,
I don't know
Chair,
where-
you
I don't know
were.
where that leaves us, but,
5,000?
yeah.
Just so I know, okay.
Where was I?
I mean,
Oh, you were at accept, so I.
Okay, so someone has to move because now we have a disagreement.
All right,
So-
well,
We
I
go to
can tell you
hearing.
this. I want to just explain myself. Given the locale, which I'm familiar with, and the fact that there are no security guards in those little towns, little places, that's where I was with the dismissal. But they offered 2,000. Okay, but they offered 2,000. But I will go 2,000 so this board has a consensus, but I have great troubles with this charge on the facts and how they apply the unregistered security guard law in certain
Okay.
areas, so.
I understand, but an incident did happen,
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
firearms
yeah.
don't just go off. We don't know if people
Yeah.
have concealed licenses.
They offered
like
2,000, so I
it's
could,
like
so
a situation happened.
I just made the worst showing of myself because I voted for, I took their offer, then I went to dismissal, and now I'll go back to their
No,
offer.
that's okay. I mean, we have to compromise here. So
Yeah.
you're doing a compromise, so you're gonna do 2,000.
I'll do 2,000 because they offered it, but
Okay.
what
Oh, the offer's
I have
20.
troubles with these cases.
2,000, you're right.
Yeah.
2,000.
Okay.
All right.
So you're accepting their offer?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right, so we're
Let's
accepted.
do not go off on those.
That's right.
48 and 49 is an offer of 6,000.
All right.
Says that we're
I'm gonna-
employees.
Where are you guys at on this?
Okay, so he's got remaining open after 12 a.m. on Wednesday. He has an application, has been filed and pending.
All right.
I'll take 6.
All right, we'll take 6, and the application is gonna come here, right?
I'll go 6.
Maureen? Yep. Okay. Please have the license, have the change come here.
This is the one that you want back.
Okay.
Number 50.
Number 50 is an offer of 5,000.
That you want back.
All right, so they don't have food. They continue to not have food. They still don't have food. What do you guys want to do? They can come in, or we can be at council, or we can, I don't know what to do here.
Well, I mean,
What's that? I
they
don't.
got, like, what, stuff that you shove in a
Can
microwave?
we have them come in on the 28th?
Sure.
Because maybe they need
They need
some
to
better understanding.
Okay, that's fine.
Or
Well, they just need to have a microwave, but it's not hard. All right,
Over to January 28th.
yeah.
Okay, Commissioner De Leon, you're
Yeah,
okay with
that's
that?
fine.
51's been held over to January 28th. So 52, the attorney requests to adjourn to January 28th because he didn't want to show up today because he has 2 cases scheduled for 128 already. So
Who's that?
That is Mr. Trevetti. So apparently he didn't want to show up today. That's why I waited till today to bring it up.
You know what? I'm going to just take this. I'm going to accept 2,500. That's not how this works.
This is 52?
52, yes.
Right. Okay, so the offer is 2,500, I'll take 2,500.
Mr. Mayor,
25.
54 is an offer.
We're not going to do that anymore.
Yeah, that's why I
That's
didn't.
we're not here to help them make money and help them be more convenient. Especially these are enforcement CNCs that are disposed of regardless, unless they want to have something to say, it's not an issue.
54 is an offer of 2,500.
Says he can't attend because he has to watch the children.
54?
54.
And somebody was holding the aggressor on the ground, but he's not a security guard, just acted on his own.
We're going to take 25, all right?
Okay.
How did you do it?
Yeah.
See some.
Yeah, I
See. Are you
it.
okay? No,
No,
I
I'm
just see
okay.
some thinking, some
Offer
gears turning.
2,500.
Yeah.
Something's good. Bless you, something's good. 25. Something's good.
Doesn't pass the smell test. That's it.
So
The old smell test. No, yeah, 2,500.
Okay. And Commissioner Mayor,
Yeah, I said 2,500 because they
Okay.
offered that much.
56 is an offer of 2,100.
Got karaoke and the method of operation says only recorded music. And he's got also number 57, which is purchase from an unauthorized source and signs. So he's 21 on this one and 26 on 57. I'll go 25 on both.
25.
So 2,500 total.
On both.
5,000 for 56.
You want?
Oh wait, no.
got
So
two.
so
He's
20.
got two.
So he's got 2. So 56 is an offer of 2,100.
Yeah.
So you want to go 25 for that?
I'm gonna
one?
go 25 on that and 25 on the other one.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go 25 on 56, agreeing with the commissioner. And I'm actually going to go to 100 on 57.
Okay, that sounds good to me. 2,500 on 56 and 100 on 57.
Okay. Next is 57A. It's a new temporary retail permit application.
I have 2 questions on this.
57A, right?
57A.
I think this person should come in.
Yeah, I do too, because I have 2 questions that I definitely need to ask. You have 128?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. De Leon?
Yeah,
okay.
that's good.
And Chair?
This is the
Yes.
second time you're.
Should be the first. Is it? Well,
That just threw me off. I didn't
Oh,
tell
see,
you that
these,
it was
what are these people doing?
yeah, this is the second time, I guess.
This is the second time you're holding this over for the hour.
Oh, yeah? All right, you're right.
Okay.
All right, maybe we told him they need to come in. What happened?
Oh,
Did
we
we
did?
tell them to come in?
Held over for.
Let's just have Donald double check the record and see if he told them, because if he told them, then
I'd have to go back and look because usually we do add that in the email, but I'm not seeing that in the record. Right.
all right, so just to give them benefit of the doubt, let's have Donald tell them they need to come in. 128, please. A.
Hey,
Okay. 57D is a new temporary retail permit application.
He's got two previous applications disapproved for cause. 5/19/25 failed to disclose previous disapproval.
They need to come in.
Also received a temporary license but never opened. And needs a lease from the landlord. So what are you doing, 128?
Yeah, they need to come in, unless you guys want to deny.
128.
Over to 128.
Yep.
57G.
Applicant is a current licensee with a summary suspension, March 7, 2021, numerous COVID violations, paid $20,000 fine, wine to liquor request disapproved, March 13, 2024 for cause, 5 incidents of assaults in 7 months.
This is G.
You guys want to see them?
Bring them in,
Yeah, I
or
like to see, I
otherwise I
don't
would
see them.
deny.
Oh,
Yeah.
I did see that email. Well, we already held it over for 57A. It is highlighted and underlined that they were directed to appear. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so let's go back.
If we
Let's
want to
go
go
back.
back. So that was sent on,
Which number is that?
that was sent on,
A?
that was 57A.
Okay.
And that was sent on December 5th to the applicant. Bold, underline, please note that you are directed to appear at this meeting.
Okay, so I vote to deny.
So do I.
Deny.
Based on the fact that
Yeah.
it's a temporary permit application that we have questions about. We directed the applicant to appear. They did not respond and did not appear, so we're voting to deny. And the actual application should come back and reflect this record as well. But 57A is currently denied.
Okay.
All right, 57D.
7D's already been held over. If you guys.
Oh,
remember
held
that.
over.
So 57G is where we were
Yeah,
at.
G, okay.
G's already held over?
No, that's where we were.
You want to hear this, or what do you guys want to do here?
Current licensee with a summary suspension, numerous COVID violations, paid a $20,000 fine in the past. Wine to liquor request disapproved, March 13, 2024 for cause, 5 incidents of assaults in 7 months. Community board opposes. Opposition, I vote to deny.
You vote to deny? All right, I vote to hold this over 128.
I do too, because I have a question here that might be very troubling for them, but I want to ask it.
Over to
Okay.
128.
All right, 57H.
And 57H, so they requested last minute to adjourn to 128 because the app is sick.
That's fine, 128. Thank you.
All right, I have nothing else. Chair, do you have anything?
Jeez, that was.
So meetings adjourned.
Holy.